And a radio first, not the first time we've worked together, but a radio first, is Paul Fisher, who is doing his Adrian Harms impersonation for Radio Sussex today. How are you, Paul?
I'm fine.
Good,
How are
man.
you?
Oh, I'm never better. Although I'm just looking down there, what's going on? Anuj Dal's going to take the new ball.
That is interesting.
Rather than Blair Tickner or Darren Dupavillon. Dupavillon did take it last night. Tickner may have bowled. No, I don't think he did, actually. So that is interesting.
Bit of a curveball already.
Well, yes. I mean, clearly Nudge has taken the new ball in the past on various occasions, and when its conditions have suited, and conditions may suit, who knows. It's warm. It's very warm. We've just spent a very pleasant hour on the boundary. When it was exceptionally warm. In fact, I'm going to stick my neck out and say it was too warm.
Well, yes, it was beating down. It was good to get back in. So, but yeah, very pleasant, and the has to be the hottest day of the year so far. Has to be.
Well, it's the hottest day of the year I've been in watching cricket, certainly. Yeah, it's been miserable, hasn't it? Absolutely miserable. But we've got to day 3 successfully. Sussex, let me write this down. I should have done all this is prep work that I should have done a long time ago. So Pujara, 104 off 167, won't be on strike because took a single off the last ball yesterday evening, as I remember. I don't remember much. And in comes Dahl and bowls to Carson, Jack Carson, the night watchman, who pushes this one out into the offside. Almost caught me out there.
Yeah.
Not for the first time.
Dahl's got a couple of slips in. Yeah, he's warming up down there. So come on, Darren Dupavillon.
Yeah, Dupavillon.
Doing some stretches down at fine leg, so I presume he's got from the city end.
What we have seen is as Dahl comes in again past umpire Tom Lungley, that's swung away out towards deep backward square leg. Dupavillon in action straight away in the field, and they're going to come back for a second as well. He's down on his back at the moment, but he's okay. That's good. Just for a moment. You always wonder, don't you, with fast bowlers. Yeah. But a good piece of fielding out there in the deep. What we have seen is that it's almost like Blair Tickner doesn't like a brand new ball. So that might be something to do with it.
Yeah, could
I suppose.
Could be. And they're playing with the Dukes, aren't they, in this one?
Yeah.
From memory.
Yes, they are. Yeah, June until we see the Kookaburra again. That one's down the leg side from Dahl. Tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. Prevents it from going for byes. There were a few byes yesterday from memory. Not necessarily the wicketkeeper's fault, I hasten to add. No, it's Sally on the news today. That's nice. Nobody needs to know that but me. Oh no. She sent me a message ages ago. In comes Dahl again, and that one's off the edge of Carson's bat and down to a very fine third man for 4. He's a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, it was a genuine miss shot, wasn't it, there from Carson, playing like a night watchman does. But that's how they often get the runs, don't they, as well? But the first sort of forced error by Anuj Dahl. Perhaps giving credence to why he's opened the bowling, but we'll see. Maybe a question for you for later.
I'll have forgotten by 6:30 or 7 o'clock. Carson just steps away there. There's somebody in his eye line or a fly buzzing around his head. So he's got to go back to his mark as Dahl. Few in, sprinkling. More arriving. If you are coming today, you might want to leave your coat at home. Dahl is in, and that one's whipped into the leg side. It's gone backward as square. They're going to come back for 2 more here as Dupavillon again goes round to do the fielding. And Carson's moved on to 26. It's 365 for 5, and the lead is 119. And for the first time today, Paul, you're on your own, mate.
Dahl just waits for the ball back from Wayne Madsen. As I say, 2 slips in. There's a mid-wicket. Mid on, mid off, but Lewis Rees is pushed into the squares. Dahl comes in now, right arm over, this one clipped to mid-wicket. Fielded by Rees, and that's the end of the over. So, a bad start from Anuj Dahl, I suppose. 4 runs from it. And we'll see Pujara for the first time this morning. Not out 104, 167 balls. What a fine knock it's been for him as well. The ground that he particularly likes as well. Former Derbyshire player. And a good average for Derbyshire as well when he played. But the Pavilion will come in from the City end. Wayne Madsen makes his way. Lloyd and Madsen at mid-on, mid-off. And mid-wickets there, Blair Tickner. 2 slips in, Matt Lamb and Aaron Donald. Guessed with the gloves, obviously. And Pujara will wait to say 104 not out. And he waits for his man. There's nobody at square leg. In comes the Pavilion now. Right arm over, just left alone. Shoulders, arms through to Brooke Guest. Fielded by Anuj Dole, who's there on the drive. The Pavilion on debut as well. It's figures of...
I think he's done well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His figures perhaps don't reflect
No, they don't. They don't.
how well he's bowled, actually.
I couldn't agree more.
He looks like a real second innings bowler as well.
Oh,
You know,
good.
if you put pressure on...
We'll
to
be there.
yeah. They get there. You know, want to put some pressure on the batsman as he comes in now. Right arm over to Pujara. This one down the leg side, taken by Guest. And fielded by Donald at second slip as they go through the motions of throwing the ball to every fielder who shines it accordingly.
Well, Marie Kelly was with us yesterday. She did a couple of laps of the ground, and she said she watched Du Pavillon's side on, which is often how you can gauge the pace of it. And she said he is really sharp.
Yeah.
It'd be fascinating once we get somewhere with a speed gun to see what kind of pace he's bowling at.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it? How quick he is. He comes in now. Elbows thrust out as Pujara gets forward to this, clips it to mid-wicket with a forward defensive stroke, and there's no run. Yeah, he's aggressive right arm quick, isn't he?
Yes.
Number 8 on his back. And yeah, it'd be good to see. He's here for the duration.
I
is
guess
that
he's
right?
here till
Yeah.
the penultimate game of the season, then he goes back before the last game of the season. But yeah, so he may miss Derbyshire being crowned second division champions.
From this unbeaten start so far. As the Pavilion comes in now, this one is, again, similar stroke by Pujara, just pushes it to mid-wicket. There's a whipped-in throw there by, I think it's Tickner, number
Yeah.
13.
Yeah.
It's a throw into Brooke Guest. Yeah, there's not much wind today, so if you are coming down, you'll enjoy. It's a weekend, of course, Sunday.
Bank holiday weekend, isn't
Bank
it?
holiday weekend,
We're all
right.
off tomorrow. Well, we're not, obviously, because we're here, but yeah, bank holiday weekend.
Yeah, the football comes tomorrow. One of the organisations that we work for. Here comes Pavilion as well. This one pushed out, driven by Pujara. He'll grab at least 2. Chase on here for Lewis Rees. Going to come back for the third as well rather easily as Rees just gets the ball in, left arm throw in towards the wicket keeper, about a yard in from the boundary rope. 3 more to Pujara, who moves on to 107 now from 172 balls.
Yeah, Lewis Rees out on the boundary in front of the old scoreboard, couldn't be further away from umpire Tom Lungley. And those of you who were with us yesterday may have seen a little altercation. No news on what might have happened as part of that. David Lloyd didn't say an awful lot last night. I didn't expect him to, in all honesty. Although when we were sitting on the boundary's edge, we did see a meeting of sorts between Lewis Rees, David Lloyd and the match referee, Dean Kosker. But nothing official on what might or might not happen to Rees.
Now, Pavilion comes in again this time as Carson gets forward to that. Very confident forward defensive stroke. It's the end of the over. And it'll be Darrell again to continue as well. But that's not the only violent thing we've seen this morning, non-violent thing.
Man.
What was that?
I would never urge anybody to watch any of my videos, but I did mention it in the pre-match or pre-day's play video. Myself and Paul were just standing here chatting, and there was a commotion outside, and 2 crows attacked, killed, and ate a magpie. If you know where we're situated, if you're in the ground, there's a few feathers on the ground just down below us that you can still see. They were sort of scattered by a leaf blower. It was Neil Godrich who was in charge of the leaf blower today. But there was precious little left of the magpie at the end. It was absolutely astonishing. Here is Anna Jadal and bowls to Pujara, who plays that out into the onside. Reese does the filling. It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was well, quite horrific, really, wasn't it?
Never seen anything like it. Not on a cricket ground.
No, there was just a huge commotion down the bottom of us. A huge argument that went off, and it ended in death. So yeah. Absolutely horrible.
Not great. Well, we're trying to work out whether that's good luck or bad luck, but we can't work it out. Dahl is in and bowls to Pujara, who pushes this one out into the onside, fielded by Reese once again. I think normally if you see one magpie, it's bad news, but if one magpie gets killed by two crows, I don't think the song takes that into account.
No, I thought, well, if you saw one magpie, if you salute it, then that nullifies the bad luck.
It's supposed
to.
True? Yes,
Right,
true. I'm not sure, but I think that's it. That's what they say. And this next one from Dahl is pushed into the offside, backward and square by Pujara. I think Carson fancied a single there, but it clearly wasn't on.
And these are big runs from Carson as well, dropped very early on in his innings. I don't know whether it was first ball, was it? Certainly close to it.
Yeah, he was on naught.
Yeah, he's got 26 now, 34 balls, so there's those runs hurting Derbyshire.
Yeah, the next delivery from Dahl. Oh, dropped straight into the ground. Pujara just had a look and saw the ball between his feet. I'm not entirely sure he was confident where that was going to land, and perhaps was a little fortunate. 14 catches now this season Derbyshire have dropped. Only 13 of them in the slip cordon or by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Marcus Harris 4 times was particularly damaging as he went on to make a double century. As Dahl is in again, and this one is clipped nicely up towards long on. Wayne Madsen will give up the chase fairly quickly, I would have thought. Yes, he has, and quite right too. Save your energy, Wayne, as that goes for 4, and Pujara moves to 111.
Yeah.
Sussex 372 for 5.
Freddie fed him a little bit there. He's lovely off his legs, isn't he? Pujara. Well, they clipped it through mid-wicket. A lovely shot there with Brooke Guest standing up as well. Quite close in.
Suggestion of magpie and couscous for lunch. Here comes Dahl and bowls to Pujara. I'd be 100% certain it'd be couscous today. We haven't had that for a day. I have no idea what it is. End of the over, 372 for 5. Carson 26, Pujara 111. I think Paul's already explained. 104 overs today. 10 past 1 lunch, 4 o'clock tea, 8 o'clock finish. No, it was just after 7, I think, last night when they finally traipsed from the field, Derbyshire. And they are long days, but trying to make up. We lost 50 overs on day 1, so we can make up 8 on the following 2 days, which hardly seems adequate. But Anna's was mentioned yesterday. FletchCricket@gmail.com, @FletchSport on Twitter. If you want to get in touch with us, we do not say. Well, you can send stuff to Adrian, but he almost certainly won't read it until later on. He has a function to go to today. I'm more than happy for you to publicise your Twitter account, but if you don't want to, Paul, I'd be entirely understandable.
It's fine. It's at PKF Sport. So at PKF Sport, if people want to get in touch. The Pavillon comes in again to start a new over. Right arm over this one. Clipped through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot by Carson. That's going to be 4. Oh, that was that's not a shot of a night watchman. That's a gorgeous shot. And he moves on to 30 now. Of 35 balls.
He is making batting look quite straightforward, isn't he? Which sort of bodes well from a Derbyshire perspective. If they can bat as well as Sussex have batted, they didn't in very difficult conditions on day 1. But of course, there's that scoreboard pressure as well.
The heavy roller was out, wasn't it, this morning? So for the Sussex batsmen to want, and I presume that heavy roll will be out in between innings as well, because Derbyshire will certainly want that.
Yes.
There's Pavillon comes in again, and it's forward by Carson, but a bit of missed time. He played a little bit late, but he got forward to it enough not to worry himself. Looking at the field now, it's quite spread out. This is the third slip in now. Blair Tickner's in there, so properly going on the attack. The members' enclosure looks quite fullish, and he sat down on the balcony over there.
They've got the shade at the moment, haven't they? They'll, as long as they've got that bit of warmth, I always think it's a great place to watch cricket from, especially when the pitch is as far over as it is today, towards the left of the square as we're looking.
Comes to Pavillon again. Carson haunches down, gets forward to that. Proper forward defensive shot. He pushes that out to mid-off. And there's no run, so 376 for 5. And Sussex just piling on the scores at the moment. Lamb at first slip, Donald second, Tickner third. Backward point as well. The Pavillon then sprints in, big strides for the South African. There's a thick edge from Carson. That'll race away for 4 as well, down to third man. 4 more to the total, I'm afraid. A false shot, you don't get any reward for that, I'm afraid, unless you're the batsman.
Yeah, see the old moral victory column in the bowler's analysis. Sadly not there. But look at that lead, it's already up to 134 from 111 when we started off this morning. And leads, it's one of those vagaries of cricket that when you go from being behind, which seems to take forever to tick it off, to being in front when it seems to happen twice as fast as it really should do.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. You can certainly go on. It looks a good batting track, though, now, doesn't it? I mean, obviously the Derbyshire Cup for the opening day weather conditions. Pavillon again as Carson gets forward to that, pushes it out to mid-wicket, no run necessary to out to point. And what about that cover? I'll get it right eventually for the third time. No run.
Minor detail. Minor detail.
But yeah, it should favour Derbyshire obviously later on, but they'll have to face Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals, who are international bowlers in their right.
Yes. Well, Derbyshire's 2 overseas have both played international cricket as well, not as much as Ollie Robinson has.
Pavillon in again then. Right arm, just driven by Carson again. Doesn't time it. It goes out to mid-on where Wayne Madsen will field and sprints with the ball. As Derbyshire make their way around to their various positions at the end of the over. So 380 for 5, the lead's 134. The over 8 is -4 at the minute. So
that's a concern.
I'll have to pick it up. I presume Jack Morley will be on to bowl pretty soon, would you thought?
He bowled quite a bit yesterday, so I'm not sure how it got to -4, but the ball's relatively new, isn't it, at the moment? So I would have thought that Tickner would be next, and then Zach Chappell. Reenan's been in touch from South Africa. It was good to hear from you, Reenan. Weather permitting, looking forward to our bowlers skittling the rest of their batting lineup for very little. Well, that hasn't happened. And our batsmen then making good. There's still time for that to happen, of course. The pitch is good for batting, so our bowlers need to make it happen from ball 1. I think Paul mentioned the heavy roller, which was used first thing, well, not first thing, just before the start of play, isn't it? There is a time. I've no idea what it is. Will have deadened the pitch temporarily as Dahl bowls to Pujara, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Blair Tickner. That might be another reason why Tickner said, no, just let Nudge go through the hard yards with the slightly deadened pitch and the heavy roller, and I'll come on once after half an hour when it's started to wear off. It takes around about that time to wear off.
Get that lacquer off. And then
get the lacquer off the ball and let the pitch come back to life. So that might be a reason. He's he's got his hands on his knees at the moment as Tickner. Dahl in and bowls. That one's clipped away nicely off his pads by Pujara out towards Jack Morley at square leg. They go through for a single. Pujara 112 not out, 381. 2 years ago, of course, he was one of the 3 batsmen who made double centuries in the fixture between these two sides. Shan Masood and Tom Haynes, the other 2. Shan has since gone on to allegedly bigger and slightly worse things.
Other things, we'll say.
Yeah, by moving to Leeds. it doesn't stop him from continuing to be a very nice man, but it sort of clouds his legacy, such as it is here at Derbyshire. He is a thoroughly nice bloke, Shan Masood, and I wish him nothing but good, except when he's playing against Derbyshire and comes down again and bowls, and that was defended by Carson. Straight back towards the bowler. When Madsen does the fielding, they're underway, as you might expect, on a glorious day everywhere else in the county championship. The game against between Essex and Somerset at Taunton finished yesterday, of course. After 2 days, Somerset winning by just 3 wickets on what must have been an interesting surface at Taunton. Lancashire are still 47 behind Kent. They're 122 for 5 in their second innings following on as Darby strikes the pad of Carson, and perhaps an inside edge onto the pad because the appeals were muted. And in the second division, there are 2 other games going on. So 1 game in Division 1 and 2 games apart from this one in Division 2, and that's it for this particular round of matches. Middlesex 75 for 2, just trailing Leicestershire by 231 at Lords. That's effectively a 3-day game. They lost the whole of day 1. And Yorkshire have moved on to 312 for 2, leading Glamorgan by 91 as Dahl bowls. That comes off the edge of Carson's bat down towards third man. Around goes Chappell to do the fielding. And they go through for a single, 382 for 5.
This may be a silly question. There's going to be a lot of those
There's
today.
no such thing as a silly question, I don't think.
But why is that there's only 3 games in there?
But they've built in rest days in this first block of matches, so Derbyshire don't play next week.
Oh, okay.
So the teams that aren't playing this week obviously will play next week. Derbyshire are amongst those who have their rest next week. I think that's it. I have no other explanation, so it's a silly answer. Pujara defends the final ball of Dahl's over out into the offside. Dot ball, Pujara 112, Carson 35. The partnership 47 off 64 balls, which is very irritating from a Derbyshire perspective. And Sussex honing in on another batting bonus pointer, 382 for 5.
Well, there's only the 99 overs left in the day. Get it in there straight away. So the pavilion will continue from the city end. And any changes in the field at all? None at the moment. No, Tickner's making his way slowly into what now will be gully. So only he's a yard further forward than he was. And wider, of course, as the pavilion comes in now. Right arm, I'll push through mid-wicket again. Nice shot from Carson. Chase on here for Madsen and Chappell. They'll pull the ball in from the boundary. Chappell with the throw, and Carson grabs a couple there. And again, a nice shot, but didn't quite time it as well as he did the other. He moves on to 37 now.
Nothing's gone past the bat yet, has it?
No.
Nothing.
No, it's... yeah, whatever. Sort of water was in the pitch on day 1, whatever. It's completely gone, hasn't it?
No, it looks a perfect track for batting on, as so many have here at Derby over the last few years.
So the South African in again. Sure one. This time shot, yeah, and he's caught it. Got him bottom edge, bat through by through to Guest. Dipavino has his first wicket, isn't it, of the innings?
Second,
sorry.
Yeah, second.
And Carson's gone, so he's gone for 37 off 46 deliveries. Caught by Guest, and a second wicket for Dupavillon. So Derbyshire making the breakthrough.
I'm taking some credit for that.
You can have it. Any credit.
Having said that, nothing had gone past the bat. It was quite an aggressive shot, wasn't it, from Jack Carson? And he goes with the lead at 138 as Finn Hudson-Prentice, I believe, comes out to bat. Ordinarily, you could tell by the hair.
Yes.
There we go. But he's a quick chat. I've said hello to him on the first mate. He's such a top man. Had a quick chat with him yesterday, saying, what is it with the hair? And he said, well, I had to have it taken off so that you couldn't comment on it anymore. But I've commented more on it since he had it taken off, I think, than he... but he's got a sensible haircut now. Perhaps he's growing up.
He's shorn of it now, yeah.
Disappointing, though. I mean, I always admired anybody with a head of hair. Gary Charlesworth's in Mablethorpe listening in. Went out for a few last night. He said finished off with a kebab no salad in your honour. That's very good of you, Gary. You know me too well. You know me too well.
Very nice.
Not a big salad man.
Swerve. You're a salad swerver,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah. If at all possible. Although if I'm very hungry, I will finish a salad off.
Well, people
Don't do anything for you, though.
Well, people would think I was if for my svelte figure that I've got, but no. In comes Dupavon to in Hudson-Prentice. In his first shot, he slipped through mid-wicket for... He's going to grab at least 2. They're coming back for the third. It's Madsen on the... who slipped as he was getting the throw in then. Lost his cap, but Hudson-Prentice is off the mark for his 3 runs.
He seemed to slip, didn't he, Wayne?
Yeah.
He's got a huge bandage on his right hand. We watched him taking some catches in practice, didn't we, earlier on today, and he was taking those okay. But it must be quite tricky even to throw a ball with that amount of bandaging on your hand. Hence the reason he's at mid-on rather than in the slip cordon.
Yeah. He's pretty good chase there in actual fact, stopped the ball going in. Short ball from Dupavon, that was quick as Pujara gets downed on all haunches. And that was sharp by the South African.
They've almost gone slightly defensive here, haven't they? As just 2 slips left now. I'm trying to see who that is doing the exercise.
Reese, the push Reese out there. So Tickner's gone to mid-wicket where Hudson-Prentice was clipping the ball through. So to plug that gap there. So Pujara waits. Dupavon comes in again. Right arm over, and it's left alone. In fact, it bounced just before it reached Brooke Guess. It was a difficult one as he turned his head there. You could see the puff of sand, couldn't you, before it reached...
I love that, yeah. Did you see the photographs?
I saw that, yeah. Amazing work.
It looked
really.
almost unplayable, didn't it, on the Monday?
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of sand that was put on, and it was put in rigid, sort of sliced through the turf to put this sand in it. Neil and the rest of the ground staff worked exceptionally hard to make sure we could actually get some play against Leicestershire.
You just feel so sorry. They worked so hard during the winter, and the first game's called off, isn't it? So all 4 days abandoned. As Dupavon on it again. He tries a short ball again, and Pujara went after that one. He admonished himself because he missed out then on a top edge cut that he wanted to do, but he went through to Guest with no trouble. So a wicket for just 3 runs, I think, off that. It might have been 6. That's because
I'm going to say 5.
5. He went for 2, didn't they? Pulled the ball back in.
Only because it says it on my computer. We missed a single yesterday. We were calling a maiden over, and there was a single off the first ball, and neither myself nor Adrian could remember the single. And it only happened about 5 minutes earlier. Less than that, probably.
387 for 6 it is then, as Dahl starts the new over.
Yes, I've just seen Tickner windmilling his arms as Dahl comes in and bowls. That's off an edge. It's not taken in cleanly by an Aaron Donald. It goes down towards the third-man boundary. It's chased by Matt Lamb, and they come back for a couple. Hudson-Prentice moves on to 5, but it was almost an involuntary shot. And wait till Hudson-Prentice has got proper pace at both ends. I've always said Nudge is quicker than he looks. Yeah. And I certainly wouldn't like to face him, and he's a very fine bowler, but when he gets proper pace at both ends, he might be finding the edge, and let's hope so. From a Derbyshire perspective, the lead 143 now, as Dahl is in once again, and that's defended by Hudson-Prentice.
I might have to disappear.
Yes,
now.
you've got a couple of updates today. Yeah, that's good luck.
Let me get through it. So.
Yeah. I have every confidence in you. Every confidence. Paul Fisher will be back with us fairly shortly as Dahl sets off again from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who just guides this out into the offside. He's going to get 1. Is he going to come back for the second? No, he isn't, because the ball is stopped by Chappell. Gets to the ball just ahead of Blair Tickner. Hudson-Prentice moves on to 6, 390 for 6. So 1 wicket already today, that of Jack Carson, caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Darren Dupavilon for 37. A very handy 37. Pujara, rather, this time just guides the ball into the offside. Out from the slip cordon comes an Aaron Donald to do the fielding. 1 more to the total. 391 for 6. They're going to get to 400 with around about 11 overs. No, that's nonsense. I'm looking at the wrong one. They're going to get to 400 with 20 overs in which to get a further 50. So maximum batting bonus points very much on the cards for Sussex as Dahl is in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Hudson-Prentice. You had a very successful spell here at Derbyshire. Moved back down south. Originally came through the ranks at Sussex, released, went to the MCC Young Cricketers, then via various trials ended up in the Derbyshire second team, of course. Got his call up when Derbyshire played Middlesex and promptly went on to make 99 on debut and took a wicket with his first delivery for the club in first-class cricket. Jack Morley's just been put out on the mid-wicket boundary as Dahl is in, and that one is on off stump and guided down towards a wide third man. Around comes Chappell. The throw's a strong one but too high, and that allowed Hudson-Prentice to get back for the second run. He's gone on to 8 now, 393 for 6 at the end of the over. Pujara has 113, and the Sussex lead is 147. Derbyshire have already used 7 bowlers. Dupavilon, Chappell, Tickner, Dahl, Morley, Rees and Lloyd. And I think that's just about everybody who's likely to bowl. I'm not sure Matt Lamb's back will allow him to bowl. He's at first slip in his first match. And of course David Lloyd is 2 bowlers in 1. Here's Darren Dupavilon bowling 2. Pujara takes the edge and he's caught behind. And what a breakthrough that is for Derbyshire. That could be crucial. Pujara goes for 113. It was just a tentative prod forward as much as anything. And he perishes, and Dupavilon has 2 this morning. 3 for 84, his figures. It's 393 for 7 now. Jiteshwar Pujara out for 113. Excellent work. Brookgust has a couple of catches, and a good round of applause for Jiteshwar Pujara. I'm sure a lot of people would have arrived at the ground this morning, hoping to see a bit more of him, even if they were Derbyshire supporters. But Dupavilon, who was, I think we discussed earlier, myself and Paul, his figures really don't suggest how well he's bowled in this one. That was just it was nothing more than a tentative push, and Pujara knew straight away. He just turned around and walked towards the play. Just moved away off the pitch there, looking at that replay on the big screen. Danny Lamb is the new batsman. The lead 147. We suggested yesterday they could keep it below 150. That's clearly not going to happen now, but 7 down. And 147 in front. Still has the makings of potentially a very decent game of cricket, this one. As Dupavilon is on his way in to bowl to the former Lancashire man, Lamb, who defends the first ball up towards Wayne Madsen at mid-on. And there's no run. No wickets anywhere else this morning in the matches taking place. Lancashire's still 5 down, but they need another 37 to make Kent bat again. Middlesex 2 down against Leicestershire, trailing by 222. And Yorkshire 2 down, leading Glamorgan by 102. 3 slips in place for De Pavillon now as Lamb raises his bat. The South African's in and he plays a very aggressive looking drive at that one. It goes through to Brooke Guest. De Pavillon cannot believe that one hasn't taken the edge. It didn't. Blair Tickner looked around to see if there was a replay of that on the big screen. Not every delivery, Blair, not every delivery. The boys in there, their fingers would be worked to a bone if they had to show every delivery on replay. He's got whatever breeze there is, and there isn't an awful lot. He's probably got it behind him here, Darren De Pavillon. 3 for 84 from 18.5 overs, his figures. And he's in and bowls to Lamb, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. They need early wickets. They needed early wickets. They've got a couple. The lead has moved on by 36 in the opening half hour or so. You can just about accept that with 2 wickets having fallen. And it has increased the volume of the Derbyshire fielders somewhat. De Pavillon, past umpire Long, bowls to Lamb, who edges that one down to third man for 4 runs. To the right of Tickner at third slip. He's off the mark with a slightly streaky boundary. And Sussex moved to 397 for 7 within 3 of that next batting bonus point. They already have 6 bonus points. Derbyshire have 2. Not for the first time this season, Derbyshire failing to pick up a batting bonus point. In fact, they've only done it in 1 match. First innings runs have been a particular issue for Derbyshire so far this season. Final ball of the De Pavillon over then. He's in and bowls to Lamb, who goes on the back foot, forces it out into the offside. Rees does the fielding, another successful over for the South African on debut. 3 for 88 his figures now. He has bowled better than that. 397 for 7, Hudson-Prentice on 8, Lamb on 4. And the good thing, Paul, is they've now got 2. I know the overnight batsman had to get back in again, but they've got 2 new batsmen to bowl at. And interestingly, here's Jack Morley.
So a tempter, isn't it, for the 2 new batsmen to come in to try and get some quick runs here off of Jack Morley, and that's the ploy that Derbyshire are going for. So they should go on the attack, really, I think, here, giving them the option, but should go away more often. You get out top quality Indian batsmen like that, 130.
Yeah, no, you can come again.
So yeah,
You can come again.
I got the fright of my life doing the update there as well. There was no introduction; it was just straight in.
Oh, really?
So yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, over to you.
Another one of those at 12:30.
Well, mine are timed at 20 seconds, and I can't go over, and I shouldn't go under because it's a timed news bulletin. There, I get nervous before every single one of them. It's ridiculous, really. Derbyshire have got a substitute fielder on, I think, mainly because an Aaron Donald's gone off momentarily. Oh no, they haven't got a substitute fielder on, and he's put the fielding pads on, and he's got the helmet because he's coming back on to field close to the bat.
He's going under the lid, as they say, isn't he? So close in. Boot Hill. I didn't have to give the Kent. There was a little preamble I'd have to give the Kent score, but didn't have to. So just went straight up to me in Sussex.
And goes Morley off the back foot. Hudson-Prentice pushes it down the ground. Wayne Madsen comes around to do the fielding. Just to get into his... again, Morley bowled slightly better than his 0 for 74 from 16. But, as he's in again and bowls, and that one is guided by Hudson-Prentice out towards the point boundary where Chappell is fielding, keeps him down to a single. He bowled 5 really good deliveries in many overs, and then... not necessarily at the end, somewhere at the beginning, somewhere in the middle, but there was always one that could be hit. But he's only 22. It's only his 10th first-class match. And his first-class career had already started in 2020. Morley in bowls. He's taken a bit of pace off his bowling as well, because when I saw him in the nets when he first arrived, he was absolutely hurling it down.
Really?
Yeah, playing at Old Trafford where it does turn, you can bowl a bit quicker, I think. But that ball was defended, as was the next one, which was slightly fuller by Danny Lamb. I imagine these two will know each other pretty well. One a current Lancashire player, the other one only having left in the winter, in Lamb's case. And Morley is in, and Lamb uses his feet and almost gets caught out there.
I can never understand that. Coming down the wicket to make a forward defensive shot.
No. So you want to be aggressive, but you changed your mind at the last minute. Here's Morley again. This time he goes back, which is never an ideal thing to do against a spinner, but he's come out of his first over there with just conceding the one run. 398 for 7 at the end of the over. Lamb 4, Hudson-Prentice 9. Always nice to get a settler in early, which is what he's managed to do there. And of course, Stu Pavlon's going to continue, which means we still haven't seen Blair Tickner bowling this morning, but he is very much involved either at mid-wicket or in the slip cordon where he's moving to now at third slip.
Interesting they went for the leg slip with the lid on as well, because it didn't seem to be much turn at all. Perhaps going for the bounce, really, if anything, to try and clip it down leg side possibly, but that might be a direct plan they've got for Lamb.
So he got one bit of bounce yesterday, I think, and that was it.
Pavilions in again. Right arm over again. It's driven this time by Hudson-Prentice, but well fielded by David Lloyd. Skipper number 46 on his back. Any reference at all for that?
No, and it's a different number to the number he wore at Glamorgan. And I said Wrexham then. At Glamorgan. I think I've chatted more to him about Wrexham than I have about anything else.
His team, aren't they?
Absolutely. Well, a season ticket holder. Absolutely
really
thrilled that they're back into League One now. I'm going to invite him to Burton next season to sit with me.
Ah, good man. Pavilions in again. Right arm over. Short ball, and Hudson-Prentice just ducks out the way of that through to Guest. Good, quick short ball. It's nice to see, isn't it? Trying to get something out of the surface.
He bowled a couple of overs of short stuff last night, and it must have been, well, Pujara just sort of bent down, but I can't begin to imagine what it must be like if somebody's bowling at close to 90 miles an hour and banging it in short, having only played very rudimentary village cricket in my youth.
Me too. I wouldn't like to be facing that at all. As Pavlon comes in again to Hudson-Prentice, who plays this through mid-wicket for at least one, and I think there's only going to be one, as Zach Chappell comes in and launches the ball towards Brooke Guest. There's one more to the total. They're pushing towards 400 now. Sussex just one away. And what's the lead now? 153, so it's a good lead, isn't it? You know.
We were hoping, no, we weren't, not both of us, clearly. Adrian wasn't hoping. I was hoping it might be kept down to 150 at one point yesterday, but now I've changed my mind and I'm going to 180. That'll be 250.
In comes to Pavlon again, this one full of length ball, this time driven by Danny Lamb, straight back at the bowler, who gets one hand to it and pushes the ball up to the non-strikers end, where Wayne Madsen fields. Yeah, he really Finn Hudson-Prentice really liked his time here, though, didn't he?
Yes.
At Derbyshire.
I think he was a reluctant departee, but his family's down in Sussex. He started at Sussex. He clearly feels that that's home, and you can't fault him for it. I remember interviewing him on the day that it was announced. It was hard, begged him to stay.
Yeah.
I was crying.
In comes Pavlon again, full of length ball, and he almost chops on. Played it a little bit late there, the Hudson-Prentice. Lamb did, and it just dribbled its way through to the slips. This time push by Lamb. But he's certainly bowling well this morning. Is Pavlon. His figures currently are 3 for 89, which suggests he's been round the park a bit. He's gone for 12 fours, granted, but I agree with you that he's bowled better than his figures suggest. If you're going off stats, it's a bit harsh, isn't it, at times?
Yes, it can be.
Pavalon comes in again. Final ball of the over. This one driven off the back foot by Lamb, but straight to Lloyd. At, extra cover rather, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So 399 for 7. The lead is 153.
Just going to have a quick look at the replay of the delivery that he bowled to Pujara. I didn't get a chance to look at it. I'll slow it down if it just moved a little bit. The ball. Oh, yeah. That's a beautiful delivery. He's getting some movement off the pitch.
Yeah.
We spoke to him on Thursday and he said he was enjoying bowling in the nets with the Duke's ball because he was getting it to nip around a little bit. So here's Jack Morley bowling to Hudson-Prentice, who guides that very nicely down towards the third man region, which is vacant, as it so often is. And they pick up a couple of runs. And the 400's up for Sussex, 401 for 7 as Hudson-Prentice moves on to 12 at a runner ball. And another bonus point goes Sussex's way. They move on to 7 of them now. One more for the full house. Derbyshire on 2 as Hudson-Prentice pushes this next delivery from Morley out into the offside. Tickner, a willing fielder for a fast bowler, always likes to be involved, picks up and throws in, and Morley's ready again. Around the wicket he comes, and that one is pushed into the offside by Hudson-Prentice out towards Zach Chappell for a single. He moves to 13, 403 for 7. And now it's Danny Lamb on strike. Morley bowls to him, goes back, cuts it back with a square on the offside. A bit of a chase around the boundary for Zach Chappell. They're going to come back for the second run comfortably as the throw comes in. And Lamb moves on to 6, 407 for 7, 13 to Hudson-Prentice. The lead up to 158 now. And in goes Morley, a little bit quicker that one, and Lamb pushes it straight back to his former Lancashire teammate. They actually both played in the game in 2020 at Aigburth against Derbyshire. That one is swept by Lamb. Really nice shot, but he's only going to get a single for it as Pavalon fields at deep backward square leg. Pavalon's spell this morning as they take a single and move to 405 for 7 is over at 2 for 21 from 5 overs because Blair Tickner has removed his cap and we're going to see him from the City end for the first time this morning.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him for the... I've only seen him on the stream before, but he can...
I assume you watch it with the sound down.
No.
Don't
be cruel to yourselves now.
Most people's favourite method.
No. But he looks pretty quick.
Yes, sharp. Yeah. Does a little bit. He's had 6. He's got 5. He might have more than that now. He's got 6 wickets this season. He's also had 6 catches dropped off his bowling.
Yeah.
The big difference between 6 and 12, isn't there? Especially when you come to your seasonal average as well.
Tickner's in now from the City end. Right arm over again. Yeah, looks a bit sharp as Lamb plays a straight bat back at him. Only 2 slips in for him. And circle field, you'd say. Orthodox, isn't it, really? And Derbyshire looking to wrap this up pretty quickly before lunch, you would think. Tickner's in again. Elbows thrust out. Right arm over again. Chopped into the ground by Lamb again as he again plays an aggressive stroke. Looking to get some quick runs for Sussex here. Their lead is 159. Looking to push on. So Lamb then, 7 from 16. He's got over 1,000 first-class runs. Hudson-Prentice now has 2,000 first-class runs.
But no first-class century.
No. Interesting. 99, which he got on debut, is that right? Tickner comes in again as Lamb pushes this out to the offside. And again, there's no run fielded by Lewis Rees, who's yet to have a bowl today. Be interested if he did.
Yes,
I think he might be coming on at the other end.
Pick his end carefully. In 99 on debut against Middlesex. Hudson-Prentice then cloth one to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
I did interview him the day after that.
They allowed him a day to calm down.
Yeah, he was
good
still
idea.
angry.
No.
With himself as much as anything.
Tickner's in again then, right home over. This one driven by Lamb, sort of squared him up a little bit, and he was in the air a bit, but there's cries of anguish usually when it gets a little bit aerial, but it literally didn't go very far. So Tickner's not in the New Zealand T20 World Cup squad.
No.
I don't know if he's played any T20s actually. I know he's played ODIs, hasn't he? But
Yes,
and
he's
test
got
matches.
test matches, yeah.
Looking forward to that tournament actually. June. In comes Tickner again. Driven.
Sounds like he might be busy.
Might be. Some European Championships on at the same time.
Well,
so,
yes, absolutely.
as well. Normally it's a desert of sport, isn't it? Usually. And for freelancers it's not great.
No.
During the summer months.
No, but yeah, 2 big tournaments and the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Looking forward to those. I love
September.
the Olympics.
I do like track and field more than the others.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just love the whole thing about it.
In comes Tickner. Short ball again, pulled round the corner by Lamb, down to fine leg, where I can't see who's fielding down there, but
It's a substitute fielder, Nick Potts, actually,
Ah.
who's down there. I'm not sure who he's on for. I think he might have been on for...
is it Chappell?
Well, Chappell's out there on the boundary. I think
Oh, he is, yeah.
Jack Morley went off for an over because he's running in from that boundary, and I don't think he was
Yeah.
fielding there, and Nick's gone off now, Nick Potts.
That was the end of the over. It's 406 for 7. The lead is 160. Nick Potts is yet to feature this season, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Nick Potts hasn't. We haven't seen Mitch Wagstaff apart from his 12-man duties. Ben Aitchison's done a bit of fielding as well. Morley around the wicket, bowls to Lamb, who pushes it just into the onside, fairly straight. Morley fields once he gets round Hudson-Prentice. Picks the ball up and now he's ready to come in again. Bowls to Lamb. No time to think for the batsman when Jack Morley is bowling.
He goes against the grain of what England want, though, doesn't he? Being short as from their spinners.
Next delivery again. Use of the feet by Lamb, but once again a defensive shot at the end of it.
The policy at the minute is to pick tall spinners, isn't it, from England?
That's what they say.
I'm not saying it's the correct way, but
Next one, that's pushed through a bit quicker, and it's cut away by Lamb out towards Chappell on the point boundary for a single. Lamb moves on to 9. 407 for 7 now. 161 is the lead. Tickner just doing a couple of stretches. Bowled 1 over this morning. Conceded just 1 run. This is Morley's 3rd of the day. 7 runs off him so far. He's in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who goes back into his crease and pushes that out into the offside up towards Chappell once again. The throws that always impress me. Chappell's got a rocket of an arm. Not as good an arm as I don't think as Pat Brown, who's not featuring in this game. He really has got a throw. As Morley is in, and Lamb again used his feet and then tried to cut it away. Got a bit of an edge on it as it went backward of square, but survives. And the over is completed. That was Morley's 19th in total. Only Dupavilon has bowled more. 408 for 7. Hudson-Prentice 14, Lamb 9.
yeah, I mean, again, looking at Morley's figures, it's, I think you mentioned there that he's bowled better than his figures suggest. Certainly yesterday.
Yeah, there's just been one bad ball and over, which there hasn't been this morning, which is good. So he may have been nervous yesterday. Who knows? It was his on debut for Derbyshire.
Well, Tickner comes in now from the city end, right arm over. This one short ball as well. And that was a quick ball to Hudson-Prentice, who ducked out of the way and kicks away some dust in his popping crease and pats the ground down with his bat. Goes on for a bit of a wander. Jumper's off though. So it's warm out there.
Yeah, there's a few without the sweaters on. That hasn't happened very often this season.
No. Some white fluffy clouds around the ground. In comes Tickner again. This one again short, and he plays it late this time. Hudson-Prentice down to third man. He'll get 4 runs here. It's a nice measured shot, that, by Hudson-Prentice. He waited for the ball. It was short outside the off stump, just guided it down to third man for 4 runs.
We've got that in-between temperature in the box here. Where I was too warm with the jacket on, I was too cold without it. Only have one kind of jacket, and they're generally pretty warm ones. So I'm going to have to keep taking it off and putting it back on again.
Well, I covered everything. I've got the jumper and a coat in the car.
Yeah, I've got the big coat in the car. Never go anywhere without a big coat.
No. Tickner comes in, right arm over. This one driven back past the ball. It hits the stumps, deflects into the path of a grateful David Lloyd, so it's no run.
Almost forced a very amusing moment with Nigel Long, the umpire there, as he had one arm out to try and maintain his balance, but was hopping around on one foot because he wasn't entirely certain whether he was going to get struck by the ball there, which wouldn't have been amusing, clearly, but...
Well, Wayne Madsen set off centrally at one stage, so real comical moment as Tickner comes in, short ball again. Hudson-Prentice tries to pull it leg side, but it hits straight back at the ball. It deflects off him again into the path of David Lloyd. So almost a repeat.
Well, Lloyd's fielded 2 in this over. He's had to move from mid-off, and neither of them have been hit in his direction at all.
No. And Tickner waits again. And he comes now right arm over to Hudson-Prentice. He clips this to mid-wicket and fielded there. And there's no run. It's Dupavon who's fielding at mid-wicket. I was at Bristol City's ground the other day. Lovely, yes. Great view, new stand. I've never been so cold in all my life. 27th of April. I underestimated as well. I had 2 coats on, and it still wasn't enough. So the wind whipped up the top of the stand. Brilliant view, though.
I've not been since it was...
Lovely.
The main stand was redeveloped.
Comes to Tickner. This one short through to Guest, and Tickner falls on the ground, but he's okay. And there's no Mark Wood style there.
He does bowl himself off his feet on occasion. Blair Tickner, you always have your heart in your mouth when he does it.
That's the end of the over. 412 for 7. The lead is 166. Yeah, it's very nice. Stir-frying chips for
was it?
In the media room, yeah. Very nice.
Stir fry and chips.
Yep. He could have had rice, but he was late coming, so he had to go for chips. Yeah. Could have had all 3, but you had to wait for the rice.
Could have done a marathon after that. There's a full toss there from Jack Morley that's been swept for 4 by Danny Lamb. There's one of those help yourself balls from Jack Morley. The first one he's bowled this morning, to be fair. But it just eases the pressure on the batsman. He knows, well, I've got 4 off this over. I can relax again now. 97 overs and 1 ball this innings, so another 13 or thereabouts until the bonus points window closes, as that one's pushed up to Wayne Madsen by Lamb. You would expect they could get another 34 runs in that time. Sussex to get maximum. That one is defended by Lamb. Just have to take any risks anymore in this over after the boundary off the first ball. They're still going along at 4 1/3 runs and over, which is plenty. Back into his crease goes Lamb. Pushes it out into the covers where it's fielded by Tickner.
Derbyshire had a fair lick, didn't they, on day 1?
They raced off. They were going 5 and over to start with. As that Lamb bowls, that one is cut away off the back foot out towards Chapel by Lamb. Pick up another single. Morley scratches away at the foot marks before returning to the little white disc that he's placed on the floor. He went searching for it yesterday, couldn't find it. Took him a while. In comes Morley again and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who defends it straight back to him. 5 off the over. Hudson-Prentice has 18, Lamb has 14. The partnership has already moved up to 24. The lead is 171 with Sussex on 417 for 7.
Well, Tickner just taking on some fluid. The 12th man just sprinted on there. Just to Give the New Zealander a quick drink.
Always crucial at any
yeah.
cricket match to take on fluid.
Certainly is.
Varying types.
Speaking of fluid and cricket, T20 is coming up soon, isn't it? So Tickner comes in now, getting a short ball, thick edge. It's 4 runs. A mistimed shot there from Danny Lamb, definitely, but he got 4 runs for it. It was wide outside, shortish outside off stump. Lamb sort of waited a little bit, played it late, and now he's claiming that he played that one properly, but I don't think he did.
No.
But he gets 4 runs for it. That's what it says in the scorebook.
It's like the lead when you pull the pretend you pull the bat inside the line and the ball's already in the wicketkeeper's gloves.
And with that in mind, Derbyshire are now bringing in a gully of Lewis Rees.
Horse has bolted, I think.
Here comes Tickner again. Right arm short ball. Lamb pulls this to mid-wicket. Fielded by Chappell. A wild throw comes into Guest. And there's no run.
Expect Ollie Robinson next. He can certainly bat. Bats at 9 in test matches, perhaps even a touch higher than Jaden Seals.
Yes.
Who I'm hoping takes the Blair Tickner approach and just swings at everything.
I think Ollie Robinson might take that as well. So in comes Tickner again. Again, it's an edge by Lamb. There's Hudson-Prentice set off. Fielded by Dahl at backward point. He was a good fielder, and Lamb sent Hudson-Prentice back, and correctly so. Hudson-Prentice should know how well Dahl fields.
But Lamb rather worryingly stretching his back out at first slip. He has had back issues pretty much since he arrived at Derbyshire.
So we saw him walking around the ground, didn't we, with his backpack on, full of kit. I wonder whether that was because of his back. As Tickner comes in, lovely shot. Too short that from Tickner, pulled by Lamb. It gave it everything there through mid-wicket. Just a stand and deliver shot that. And it sat up nicely for Lamb. And it's 4 more to the total.
Yeah, that was a good shot, wasn't it? He can bat. Daniel Lamb, no question about it.
Really aggressive pull that from him. Yeah, he certainly got everything into that. He moves on to 22 now.
He actually has a better first-class average than Finn Hudson-Prentice, Daniel Lamb.
And Tickner comes in now, full of length. Better ball from the New Zealander there as Lamb drives the ball back at him, and there's no run. Looks a frustrated figure there, Blair Tickner. And so Matt Lamb's walking around with his kit in his bag. You know how heavy cricket kits are. He's actually got it in his back as well. So I wonder whether he's stretching his back like army people do. Walk around. So this is his first county championship game. Got out cheaply in the first innings. In comes Tickner again. This one full of length again. Clipped to mid-wicket by Lamb. He'll get a single there as Wayne Madsen makes his way around to field, and they stop at 1, and that's the end of the over. So Sussex chugging along here. 426 for 7. They lead by 180.
Just went down and with his hands on his knees there. Blair Tickner, he looks a little bit sorry for himself at the moment out there as he collects his cap from David Lloyd, who sprints off the field. Yeah,
Tickner is walking off walking away.
Yeah, he's just walking a little gingerly, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Lloyd has departed for the time being. Nick Potts back on at mid-off. I'll do 1 ball. Morley in, that's swept. Oh, very, very, very fine. It almost went through the legs of an Aaron Donald at leg slip and goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Lamb moves on to 27, 430 for 7 now.
Yeah, I forgot Dave has an update for
you're on your own, man.
Morley then in. So yeah, that one swept away by Lamb. Moves on to 27. As Dave said, 430 for 7. Already looking a daunting task for Derbyshire. Second time up as Lamb gets forward to this. There's a mistimed push shot. Or a thick edge goes to square leg. He gets a single for it though. As Aaron Donald has to go and field from leg slip. Not Matt Lamb at slip. So Lewis Rees at mid-wicket. Tickner at cover. Morley comes in. This one driven, fielded back off his own bowling by Lamb. It's not Lamb, it's Hudson-Prentice on strike. My apologies. Get my 33s and 10s mixed up. In comes Morley again, left arm round the wicket, driven by Hudson-Prentice, just for a single as it goes out to the deep cover boundary where it's fielded by Zach Chappell. One more to the total. 432 for 7 now. The lead is 186 as Morley comes in again off the back foot. This one's cut away by Lamb again. Out to Zach Chappell at deep cover for one more. It's starting to get a bit bright. It's burning away some clouds now. Very pleasant Sunday afternoon. Just as it clips over 12 o'clock. Here comes Morley again. Driven straight back at him. He's dropped him. Straight back at Morley, one-handed. He was along the ground. That would have been a spectacular catch had he taken it. And Morley looks annoyed with himself. Well, what he did do is stop a run, I suppose. But he also dropped a catch, which would be really, really unfortunate. I'd say it would have been a spectacular catch had he taken it one-handed. Along the ground it was. Well, not along the ground, but, it was low down. And unfortunately, it goes down as a dropped effort.
Yes, and I missed it, so I'm going to have to try and look at the replay. But
difficult, Dave. It was really difficult.
I've written it down as a catch.
Yeah.
I just added it to the list.
Hudson-Prentice dropped on 19. So Lamb on strike. Tickner comes in now. Right arm over. See if we can get a response. This one's cut away, and that'll be 4 runs as well for Lamb. Anything that beats Lewis Rees at gully races away for 4 runs down to the third man boundary. Plenty of runs have been eaten there this morning. 437 for 7. And that moves Lamb now on to 33, 41 balls. So it's accelerating now. We're into the 101st over. And now Lewis Rees drops out to third man. There's no gully, there's no second slip, just Matt Lamb at first slip. In comes Tickner again. Full length ball. Lamb gets forward to that. Pushes it out to the covers. No run. Derbyshire getting a couple of wickets this morning. That of Jack Carson, the night watchman, 37 of 45 balls. That was 384 for 6. Then the big wicket of Hudson-Prentice for 113. That was 393 for 7. Since then, this score has gone along. Partnership of 44. It's really hurting Derbyshire here. Just when they thought they could wrap up the tail. Short ball from Tickner is a top edge. It's gone down to fine leg. And it's gone for 4 runs. And I'm not too sure where Danny Lamb knew where that ball was going, but he tried to pull it leg side. Top edge down to fine leg where there wasn't a fielder. 4 more.
I've just had another look at that drop. It came probably shin height to his right, but because it's to his right, it's his non-dominant hand, isn't it? Of course, his right hand, and that might be the reason. But he'd be disappointed he didn't take it. I think Jack Morley, a good, really good outfielder as well.
Yeah, frustration from him. In comes Tickner, more frustration from him so far as he gets Lamb to drive into the covers and there's no run.
But it's going on the list. 15 dropped catches now this season. I don't know if there aren't records, unfortunately. It's the one thing that I think David Griffin doesn't have records for, is dropped catches, which it would be impossible to find out from the early years.
Oh, yeah, you're just keeping your own tally here, then, are you?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Tickner in from the city end. Right arm over again as Lamb again pushes forward. It was a threaten to drive. It's an aggressive defensive shot out to cover, no run. There is Tickner's one more ball to come. 1 for 71 for the New Zealander, who looks a frustrated man, making his way back to his mark. Wearing number 13 on his back. Obviously not unlucky in New Zealand.
No, I always like to see any sportsman in 13.
It was like goalkeepers wearing 13. In comes Tickner again. Short cut away by Lamb. Well fielded there by... Who's that?
Pavilon,
It's Pavilon, isn't it? He stopped the ball initially, and then on his knees sort of tried to grab it a second time, but he certainly stopped a boundary, so well done him. And I think drinks are in order now, Dave.
Yes. Well, the Derbyshire 12th man has just walked off the field as Nick Potts, so no drinks are being brought on. As far as I can see, the two batsmen having a drink.
They're having a drink, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm assuming that's Harry Carveas, because it doesn't look like Ollie Carter to me.
No.
But the 12th man for Sussex has brought out towels and drinks, the usual kind of gubbins that batsmen like after an hour or so.
Sporting a gilet as well.
But yeah, I think that's a bit. Well, he should be wearing a high vis.
Yeah.
So whether they've not brought their high vises, if that is the plural of viz, I'm not sure. 405 vises is 441 for 7. Jack Morley begins a new over, bowling to Hudson-Prentice, inside edge onto his pad, I think.
Yeah.
Stifled appeal more from behind. Morley turned round with his arm in the air, but I don't think he actually opened his mouth.
No, maybe a little bit high as well.
Yeah. He's in again and bowls. That's a perfect defensive shot from Hudson-Prentice, who's taking very much a secondary role in this 48-run partnership. Lamb has 37 of them. Morley in again, and Hudson-Prentice just clips this up to Wayne Madsen, who's a deep mid-on. He's neither one thing nor the other there. Him and David Lloyd, the skipper. Lloyd looks like he's deep in thought as to how he can get his team to take these final 3 wickets at 442 for 7. Down the track comes Lamb, and he's been stumped. That was a huge mow by Danny Lamb. No other way to describe it, really. And the first wicket in a Derbyshire shirt for Jack Morley in his 22nd over. Lamb goes for 37 at 442 for 8. The lead is 196.
Yeah. Lovely, nice little knock that from Danny Lamb in particular there, but a bit frustrated there coming down the wicket. Again, he threatened it before, and this time missing the ball, but fine bit of glove work from Brooke Guest, taking the stumps and appeal to Nigel Long, but there was no hesitation, and Danny Lamb walks away for a fine knock of 37 off 47 deliveries, 7 fours in next to no time, wasn't it, from him. Push that score along now. The lead is 196.
They've almost got the freedom to do that. They're showing it on the big screen now, the stumping. He'd taken 2 big steps down the track and admonished himself straight away because it was no more than a mow, really. It would have gone a long way if he'd made contact with it, but he didn't. And as Paul said, Brooke Guest did the rest. Whipped off the bails and straight up the finger from umpire Nigel Long. So 2 more wickets required for Derbyshire. 8 more runs, that's to get Sussex out, of course. 1 more for the third and final bonus point. 8 more runs for Sussex to get their 5th batting bonus point. They will almost certainly get it. They lead by 196, and there's Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I think,
he's going to play one way.
I expect him to be aggressive.
Well, that. When Morley and Tickner were going along quite nicely yesterday morning, I think it's the way for them to go, really. Tail end, there's 9-10, Jack. Just go out there and swing. You could defend 30 balls and get out for 6. Or you could face 10 balls and get 40. No, you couldn't. 15, 20. So I think that's the way to go for tailenders. If you don't necessarily back your batting ability to stay out there and score runs. So Ollie Robinson, first ball from Morley, strikes him on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. Didn't see Jeff Arnold this morning. Perhaps Jeff's gone. He was here for the first 2 days, just catching up with Ollie Robinson from an England perspective. As this next one is turned into the leg side by Robinson. He's off the mark as Aaron Donald has to go from leg slip to retrieve the ball. And it's the end of a successful over for Jack Morley, and I'm delighted for him. 1 for 97 from 22 overs. Sussex 443 for 8. Hudson-Prentice on 20. Robinson with that single off the final ball of the over, and their lead is 197 now. Can they? No, they can't keep it under 200. That's going to be. Zach Chappell's coming up.
Yeah.
For the first time today, after an hour and 12 minutes. Lunch, of course, if they're 9 down, will not be at 1:10. It will just roll on another half hour potentially. Which is the worst news you can have in a media box.
Yeah. And they continue, don't they? So, hunger strikes, doesn't it?
Oh, doesn't it just?
Zach Chappell then, first our, ball of the day from the city end. He's got a short leg in as well, just the one slip, and he comes now, Chappell, pulled by Robinson. Somehow got something on it down to deep square. There's just a single. Robinson makes his way, but he's definitely playing aggressive.
I'm just going to say, I think you're absolutely right in your thoughts about him, because he was going to play that shot no matter what the delivery was. I think that was the impression he gave.
Yeah. Indeed, they're putting somebody out deep square. No, are they making somebody round the corner? Yeah, somebody round the corner. It's Matt Lamb, is it, making his way out there? No, Lamb's at first slip, my apologies. 2 floppy hats, though. I
think that's Nick Potts.
Nick Potts.
Yeah, I think that's Nick Potts.
Man. No, Matt Lamb's been pushed out of first slip, so he's going to mid-wicket. Wayne Madsen's pointing out that nobody's down here behind, down at third man. He's going round the wicket now. Zach Chappell, short ball, maybe. And he comes in again. Yeah, short ball through to Guest. Ducked out of the way by Finn Hudson-Prentice. He kind of set up nicely, wasn't it, for the short ball there?
It was rather telegraphed. Potts better be on guard, because I think he might take one on eventually. Or, right down below is Lewis Rees, quite a fine third man with the uppercut, might come into play.
Zach Chappell having the job of the enforcer as he comes in now, right arm round the wicket. Then short ball again, pulled by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And there's a chase on here for Dupavillon. Races round, stops the second run. He throws it to the non-strikers. And was 1 then to the total. And 445 for 8 Sussex are. Day 3 of this county championship fixture. Sussex's lead is 199. Ollie Robinson on strike. And now what's happened to the ball here?
Yeah, it's been shown to umpire long. We'll get short shrift here, I fancy. Oh, no.
Hello. Tom Lungley to kind of look at it as well. Second eyes and all that.
I think umpire Lungley might have the caliper thing that the ball goes through, or that they put the ball through. Although he hasn't taken it out of his pocket yet. And what's the decision here?
Well, I think Nigel Long's adamant that that ball's out of shape.
Yeah, he is. Oh, there we go. We need another one. Excellent. Get that ball changed now. The ball was changed twice in Derbyshire's innings. I think this is the first time. Oh dear, I've got to look through notes now. The ball was changed and immediately brought a wicket in the first innings when Anuj Dahl was out. And then it was changed again and immediately Blair Tickner was out. That was yesterday morning, of course. And now it's been changed again. I think this is the first time in this innings. And this ball is relatively new. It's only 22 and a half overs old.
Yeah.
It was a sight we became very, very familiar with a couple of seasons ago, and the batch of balls was absolutely shocking, but these are far better. And Nigel Long's just thrown the ball and it's rolled along the ground, which never does it any good.
No.
Wayne Madsen will get to work on it. Ball changed at 4-4-5 for 8.
Yes. See what they can do with this one, digging it into the surface. Immediately scuffed.
Yeah, it's not going to keep it nice and clean, is it?
Chappell in again, short ball, and Robinson gets a top edge, and that'll be 4 runs. Exactly the ball that he wanted. Robinson just getting his head out of the way, but threw his bat at it, got a top edge, sailed over Brooke Guest for 4 runs. And Robinson doesn't care how he gets his runs. No. That's how he's going to play.
I don't mind that from a tail ender. Lewis Rees just down below us will already be thinking about opening the batting, I'm sure. He and David Lloyd.
Chappell again, right on, round the wicket. Again, a short ball. Robinson skies this one over the top of Madsen at mid-on. Goes around to chase it, gets a throw, and they come back for a second run, but mistimed pull that time from Robinson.
450 up.
Yeah, lead of 205 now.
Maximum bonus points for Sussex.
Yeah.
It's almost like trying to buy a wicket, this, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Hoping that, Robinson will continue to go after the bowling, you would have thought.
Chappell's in again. Again, a short ball, and Robinson ducks out of the way. Brooke Guest gets a hand to it, but it dives past him. But there's Lewis Rees to field down here at third man, isn't it? So, ring around the corner, and it's just one by. It'd swing away, actually, after it passed, I think. I don't know whether it got a deflection, but then again, it would have been a leg by, wouldn't it? So, it swung after the ball had passed the bat. Lewis Rees gets the... And that's the end of the over. 452 for 8. Hudson-Prentice 21 off 30, and a few hoiks from Robinson. He's 8 from 6.
Now this is what we've come to see. Ollie Robinson against a Jack Morley.
I'm saying they suggest they need a man out. I'm going to suggest they need a man out at Cow Corner.
Yes, Lewis Rees is sort of making his way out there, and indeed an Aaron Donald has come out of. Leg slip had gone into quite a straight catching mid-wicket when Madsen is down below us on the long-on boundary as Morley is in, and this one is lofted down the ground, and there isn't a long off, and it doesn't matter anyway because it's cleared the rope for 6. Nice shot from Ollie Robinson, a classical shot from Ollie Robinson. There was no hoiking involved there, and he moves on to 14, 458 for 8, lead 212. Next delivery, just a little paddle around the corner, down the fine leg for 4. So he's mixing it up nicely, Ollie Robinson. That was more finesse than brute force. Not suggesting that the 6 was brute force, by the way. It was a beautiful shot.
It was a beautiful shot, yeah. Nice caressed shot down the ground for 6 runs. And this one again caressed, but a little paddle around the corner. And lovely shot from Robinson, who's quickly on to 18.
Yes, as we said about Blair Tickner, for a good time, not necessarily a long time, and I think this is absolutely the way. He could have defended 8 deliveries and gone nowhere, but instead he's got a couple of 4s and a 6 already. Some good, some not so good. And he waits now as Morley bowls to him, and he lifts this into the leg side. That's a brilliant catch by an Aaron Donald at the catching mid-wicket position, diving away to his right-hand side. A second wicket for Jack Morley. Robinson, when he lives by the sword, he's died by it as well. He flicked it away off his leg stump, and it was a really good catch by an Aaron Donald. Robinson goes for 18, and Sussex are 462 for 9.
Yeah, lovely catch that, wasn't it? I mean, lofted, I could see what Robinson was trying to do, just give himself a couple of steps down and clip it over mid-wicket, but he was running a little bit close to Donald, but a good catch from Donald, diving to his right-hand side in the air. And a bright and breezy 18 from Ollie Robinson. A couple of nice shots in there as well, especially the lovely 6 down the ground. 18 from 8. That leaves Hudson-Prentice there. We'll be joined by Jaden Seals in a few moments' time.
Yes, I can already see him. you can actually see Jaden Seals from the moon. I think he's a big man. He's making his way out now. I think he'll. I've never seen him bat, of course, so I'm basing it on absolutely nothing. But number 11, the big West Indian, the Trinidadian, played in the same Trinbago Knight Riders squad, certainly, as Darren Dupavillon and Samit Patel in the CPL. Towers, no, he didn't quite tower over Finn Hudson-Prentice, actually. He might not be as big as I imagine.
I think he's a bit wider, let's say.
Yes, he's
be kind.
He's definitely wider. This could be perfect for you, couldn't it? The 12:30 update with
I'm saying.
with no pressure and no players out on the field. That's like the perfect update.
I was just about to say, I mean, they're in danger of being all out here for the updates.
Yeah, that's ideal. 462 for 9, lead 216. And Jack Morley looking for his 3rd wicket of the innings. And Seals, the left-hander, pushes that into the offside. And there's no run. So a very quiet start to the Jayden Seals innings. I wonder if he's going to do that for the rest of it. That'd be great if he did, wouldn't it? Here's Morley. And he goes back into his stumps. He didn't want to be doing that too often. Almost past his bat. He'd have been absolutely dead if he'd have missed that one. Turned that one into the leg side. It looks like he's going to give Morley an opportunity here. It's his final ball of the over, and he bowls, and Seals guides it out into the offside, but it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And another successful over of sorts for Jack Morley comes to end. Hit for 10 off his first 2 balls, picked up the wicket of Ollie Robinson for 18. He now has a couple of wickets, 2 for 107. Jack Morley on debut for Derbyshire, which in the first innings I think he'd probably accept. And Sussex are 462 for 9.
I just saw the replay of the Donald catch there. Never easy when you got the pads on as well, diving to the right-hand side. Certainly aerial from him as well. And yet, 9 down. Might get a chance to see out this over before I nip. But
if you need to go, just let me know.
Just will do. If there's nobody in this chair, you'll know I've already gone. Chappell comes in from the city end to Hudson-Prentice. Short ball, and it's squared him up a lot there. He was going leg side, Hudson-Prentice, trying to give it the Mo leg side as he practiced that shot before, but he came on in quicker than I think he thought from Chappell, and he followed him and squared him up a little bit, and he played it down. It's a good ball from Chappell, that.
Yeah, it was. So I'm slightly distracted. Lewis Rees was having a conversation by semaphore with me from on the boundary road down below, was suggesting that that's all we do, the old chat.
In comes Chappell again, right on, round the wicket, this one to down the leg side, along the ground, taken by Brooke Guest.
Because what will also happen, or could also happen, which is almost inevitable, that Derbyshire will have a tricky half hour or so to bat before lunch. During which time the game won't go very far. Derbyshire will hope the game doesn't go very far from a run scoring point of view.
Here comes Chappell again to Hudson-Prentice. Again, a short ball, and he gloved it. No, he hasn't gloved it. I thought he had done straight to Guest. Missed everything. Through to the wicket keeper. No run.
You want another wicket here, don't you? So you had the first. You had the first one of the day, and it's been a little barren spell since then.
It has. Yeah.
I had a day and a half where I didn't call a wicket down at Glamorgan.
Really? Don't normally get the new ball. Normally a first change man. Like to swing the ball without lacquer on. The short ball again from Chappell. It's played round the corner by Hudson-Prentice. Just get a single. It's fielded down there in the deep. And just one more for the total. 463 for 9.
Fielders all come in for Jayden Seals. There was a lot posted on the boundary's edge.
So is he still continuing around the wicket? Jack Chappell, I think he might be.
Donald's taken the helmet, so he's going to go in at short leg.
Got a man at deep square.
Yeah, there's
a
couple out on the leg side balance. There's a long leg down below us as well, but Matt Lamb's in at backward point, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than gully. Quite close in.
Yeah, just to see what's going to come down now from Chappell. He's got 2 balls left in the over. Right on, round the wicket again, as he's well played by Jayden Seals. That was a short ball, and he played it and guided it downwards to point. And but then Jayden Seals practiced the pull shot where the fielders Anuj Dahl is going to be interested.
I'd like him to play that.
Yeah, we'll see. Final ball of the over, and then I'll disappear. If that's all right with you.
Of course it is.
In comes Chappell again. Right arm over. Short ball again. It's standard down. It fell short of Donald there at short leg. Would have been interesting. Another extra little bit, but Seals safely sees off the Chapel over there, and it's 463 for 9. The lead is 217.
Yes, then we'll get an idea of what kind of batter Jayden Seals is by how Hudson-Prentice approaches this next over from Jack Morley. If he goes after it, it would suggest that he hasn't got a lot of confidence in Seals. If he plays it out normally, it would suggest that he has. I've seen Hudson-Prentice bat plenty, not so much Jayden Seals, as Morley is around the wicket and bowls trim, and he defends the first ball into the leg side. Morley, because the field is pretty well spread, allowing him the single, has to go and do the fielding himself at mid-wicket. Dahl has gone back on the backward point boundary, and this one is lofted out towards the fielder. David Lloyd, whoa, he couldn't take it in. He's put it to ground. He got both hands on it. They've come back for 2 runs as well, and now there might be an opportunity of an overthrow, although Seals, in getting back for the second, had overrun the stumps at this end. That was close. I'm not sure, that might be 15 and a half, because that was tough. I don't think he almost got there, David Lloyd. In comes Morley, back into his crease goes Hudson-Prentice on this occasion. He's moved on to 24, pushed that one out into the offside. 465 for now, the lead 219. It was 111 at the start of the day, so they've got on with it this morning. Sussex and Hudson-Prentice turns this one into the leg side, but it's fielded by an Aaron Donald. Wayne Matson was optimistically looking round for a potential replay of that potential chance to get Finn Hudson-Prentice out. David Lloyd racing in off the long off boundary. Couldn't quite get there. Now fielders are moving closer to try and prevent the single from the final 2 balls of the Jack Morley over. He's in and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly down the ground towards David Lloyd. So there'll only be 1 delivery for Morley at Seals. The way Hudson-Prentice has batted suggests that I don't think it's a matter of trust. I mean, Jayden Seals has a career average of 7, the high score of 33. So there's not much statistical evidence that he's going to do much with the ball as he goes back into his stumps and defends. That one out into the offside. It's the end of the over. Seals yet to get off the mark, having faced 6 deliveries so far. Hudson-Prentice is on 25. And Sussex are 466 for 9, leading by 220. At Middlesex, 115 for 2, trailing Leicestershire by 191 down at Lord's. And Yorkshire have lost a wicket this morning. They're now 402 for 3. They lead by 181. The man out, Finlay Bean, for 173. Here comes Zach Chappell in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice. Short delivery, ducks underneath it. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Behind the stumps, Lancashire now lead. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. They're 194 for 5 against Kent in their second innings following on. So batting pretty well for the first 90 minutes or so today. George Balderson on 46, George Bell on 28. As in comes Zach Chappell once more. Bowls, a short delivery. It's pulled into the leg side, and they're going to take a single. That's interesting. Out towards Dupavilon, out on the mid-wicket boundary in front of the Players' Pavilion, away to our left-hand side. Clouds obscure the sun momentarily here at the county ground in Derby, where it is probably the most pleasant day of the season so far of anywhere we've been with Derbyshire since the beginning of April. No game next week, of course. But it's a home game with Northamptonshire, and then we're down at Bristol before the T20 gets underway. And for Radio Derby listeners, full coverage of every single game, not only online but on the radio, as this one is turned into the leg side by Jayden Seals, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary. That was a nice shot by the big Trinidadian. You could hear the ball crashing into the advertising boards down below us, away to our right. 471 for 9. Lead 225. There's a fielder down below us. It's Lewis Rees. But he had no chance of getting round to field that one. As Chappell again around the wicket. Bowls to Seals. Short delivery down leg side. Seals has nothing to do with it. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. Derbyshire have now picked up the 3 bowling points. Once again, the maximum they could get is 11. Sussex. No, it isn't. The most they can get is 19, of course, if they win the game. A draw would give them 11. Sussex on for 24 if they can complete victory here at the county ground, and they would be firm favourites to do so with a lead of 225 as Chappell is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Seals. Chappell actually picks up himself as the ball eventually gets back to him. Played out with the deadest of dead bats, did Jaden Seals. 471 for 9. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex bringing you coverage from the county ground. Paul Fisher and myself, Dave Fletcher, on duty today as in comes Zach Chappell and bows to Seals, who guides this out into the offside for no run. And the over comes to an end. 5 from it. One of them to Hudson-Prentice, who's on 26. 4 to Jaden Seals to get off the mark. And Sussex are 471 for 9, leading by 225. And as things stand, we've got another 80 overs left in the day. Lunch will be at 1:10. Tea at 4 o'clock. Derbyshire need to get this final wicket sooner rather than later. Morley begins a new over to Hudson-Prentice. First delivery push back towards the Lancashire Loney. 4 wickets fallen this morning. As Morley is in again, and that is driven down the ground, and they decline the very comfortable single. As Wayne Mountain does the fielding at long on. They are giving Hudson-Prentice a single anywhere he wants it. And at the moment, he doesn't appear to want one. 3 balls gone, 3 dot balls gone in the Morley over. 2 for 110, his figures from 24 and a half overs. He's in again now, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who taps it into the leg side. They're going for 1. Will they come back for the second? They will, you know. They're going to come back for the second. And that's good awareness between the 2 batsmen. Although there are only 2 balls left in the over. Hudson-Prentice thought, if I can get the single, I'll take it, but there were 2 there. He moves to 28, 473 for 9. As Jack Morley calls in some of the fielders who are posted on the boundary. Anuj Dal racing in from backward point. He's in and bowls a flat delivery that's cut away out towards Dupavilon on the cover boundary. They take the single that Hudson-Prentice wanted with 1 ball of the over remaining.
They got the Kent score whether they wanted it or not this time.
Lancashire doing well, aren't they? I'm sure that isn't what they wanted to hear, but
No.
final ball of Morley's over is defended by Seals out into the offside. Morley thinks, well, I'll give him a single if he wants one, but he didn't. And the over comes to an end. 3 runs from it. 474 for 9 now. Sussex leading by 228. Hudson-Prentice has 29. Seals has 4.
Yes, I wish you could do with nipping this partnership out pretty quickly. Just can get in amongst the runs. Our lead is 220. What we're looking at 28 now. So yeah, quite a biggie. As Zach Chappell comes in from the City end, right on round the wicket. Short ball again hits Hudson-Prentice on the elbow. That's going to hurt.
That was bizarre, wasn't it? Almost like he had no idea where the ball was. Just turned his back on it effectively.
He's made a sterner stuff, isn't he, Hudson-Prentice there?
Well, he had a little spell up here, didn't he? He's not spent his entire life in the south of England.
No. And it's fit to face the next delivery. But yeah, just sort of spun and let it hit him. In comes Chappell again. This time again is short, and Hudson-Prentice wants nothing of that. He's through the enforcer job from Zach Chappell. Not quite working so far.
No.
I think it's time to put it to bed after this over, I think. Try a different tactic. Maybe a bit of spin from Lloyd, I don't know. A little tempter again. And Dahl back on. Here comes Chappell then, sprinting in, again around the wicket. Short ball pulled high by Hudson-Prentice, but it's going to fall short of the fielder. And he just gets a single. So the ploy there, though, is to get Seals on strike, isn't it? So they've done that.
But yes, yeah, it's all fairly, I was going to say undignified. It's not undignified at all. That's not the right word at all. I know what they're trying to do. I know why they're trying to do it, but it's all slightly unnecessary, really. That's not the right word, either. I don't have words. I have no words to describe what's happening at the moment.
Are you going to do a Fred Truman? Not impression, because that's left to Jonathan Deutsch to do
Yes, he's the only one who can do it. Well, he
can do a very good Fred Truman
he
there.
Thinks he can.
In comes Chappell again. Short ball ducked out of the way by Jaden Seals. I don't know what's going off out there. Is one of the on BBC radio commentary. I don't know what's going. Well, describe it, Fred.
There was a commentator on Radio Leeds back in the day doing football who used to say, "Look at that." Well, we can't. That's the whole point. That's the reason you're there. He was a summariser. Look at that.
Chappell's in again. Right arm over. This one gets forward. Right arm round, sorry, to the left-handed Jaden Seals, who pushes his ball back to the bowler. And there's no run. Chappell makes his way back. A big gap for Seals to drive into, isn't there? But everything's short, so the tempter is there. Two fielders on the leg side. Not exactly square. I think Anuj Dahl is a little bit more square than. Here comes Chappell in again. Short ball down leg side taken by Guest, and that's the end of the over. I think that should call time on that tactic, I think, in my opinion.
I think so. I don't think it's working. Well, it clearly isn't working. I mean, they need to have put on 13 in 33 balls, most of which have been either short or just defended.
Well, it's Jack Morley that's been getting the wickets, isn't it, the last two? So that's the tactic, isn't it? So
leave it to Jack.
Rather unfairly brought up his century. 25 overs bowled, no maidens though, which is a concern. Isn't it?
That's the one bad ball per over. Look at the maidens; there've hardly been any.
Yeah.
Morley begins a new over to Hudson-Prentice, who's on 49. No, he isn't. He's placed 49 balls. He's on 30. Ignore that. He's in again, Morley. Around the wicket. Bowls is pulled violently into the leg side by Hudson-Prentice, who declines the single as it's fielded by an Aaron Donald. Too early in the over to expose Jaden Seals. 4 from 14. All those runs coming from one blow. As Morley's in again and he smashes this one down the ground for a one bounce 4. He doesn't need to run for a shot like that. That was a glorious stroke from Hudson-Prentice. Moves to 34. 479 for 9 now. The lead 233. As Morley is in again and Hudson-Prentice is down the track again, and Wayne Madsen will take the catch on the boundary. Really good catch by Wayne Madsen down below us at long on. Hudson-Prentice's innings comes to an end on 34, and Sussex are all out for 479. That's a lead of 233. A third wicket for Jack Morley. Thoroughly deserved, I think, even though he does bowl one poor ball and over. Nice catch by Wayne Madsen with the bandage on his right hand as well. And off race the openers to get padded up. We will have Oh no, 77 overs left in the day, probably. Here comes the heavy roller. That'll be good news for the Derbyshire batsman, the opening batsman as well. And we'll take a short break, I think, here at this moment. And we will be back inside 10 minutes for Derbyshire's second innings with Sussex bowled out for 479. They lead by 233. welcome back to Derby, where Sussex are about to begin bowling in the second innings of the match. Derbyshire trail by 233. The first ball is a no ball from Ollie Robinson and goes through to the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest.
Sussex on the attack here with 1, 2, 3, 4 slips. Robinson making his way back to his point, but yeah, with a lead of 233, you'd expect all-out aggression from Sussex.
There's Robinson.
Oh.
Sorry?
Right.
No, go on.
No ball.
Robinson bowls outside the off.
First ball was a no ball.
I ought to explain, and yes, I ought to explain that I was slightly late back because my attention was drawn to a post on Instagram, which I'm not on myself, but it's absolutely devastating. A devastating post, really, by Blair Tickner, which I will read to you in full and then make no further comment other than to say I hope everything works out for the best. As Robinson is on his way in from the racecourse end, bowls, and that one is defended by Lloyd. Lloyd opening with Lewis Rees, of course, in the absence of Harry Kane. Blair Tickner writes, life has dealt us a really bad hand this time. This strong and beautiful woman will get through any challenge. Sarah, that's his wife, has recently been diagnosed with leukemia and is undergoing treatment in the UK until she's in remission. We have no doubt she will get through this and we can have the family back together. Thanks to all our friends and family for all the love, support and positivity. And we also wish Sarah a speedy recovery, as this next delivery from Robinson is very wide outside the off stump. I understand he may have been a doubt for this game after Sarah was taken ill. Such a nice bloke, such a nice woman, and there's not really anything you can say to news like that. But Blair Tickner with some incredibly bad news. They have a 9-month-old with them, of course, just started a family. So best of luck to and best wishes to Sarah Tickner, as Robinson is in. That one's outside the off stump, left alone to go through to John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, once again. 2 without loss in the first over.
Yeah, our thoughts with them as well. I mean, no wonder he was looking a bit down then this morning, so just pales into...
It's absolutely astonishing, isn't it?
Significance, doesn't it, really? I mean, it is. So just, yeah, terrible news. But our thoughts with them, of course.
Robinson from the racecourse end, Derbyshire trailing by 231. 4 slips in place. And Robinson is in, and Lloyd pushes this one out into the offside. They're going to get 1. They might come back for a second here. No, they're going to stick to 1. And the first runs off the bat in the Derbyshire innings. 75 overs for Derbyshire today, which seems a lot, mainly because we're playing 104. Lunch is at 1:10, so a little tricky 18 minutes or so to get through for the Derbyshire openers, and it will be a success should both still be there when the players leave the field for the first interval of the day. Here is Robinson in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside, sets off and then says no as Hudson-Prentice comes in from cover, and it's the end of the first over of the Derbyshire second innings there. 3 without loss. Lloyd has 1. There was a no ball in there as well, and Derbyshire trail by 230.
Yeah, some Sussex players have got jumpers on here.
Well, they are from the south. Some of them probably aren't, actually.
Long sleeves, yeah. Jaden Seals will come in from the city end in a second. Again, 4 slips in for the West Indian quick. Pujara at mid-wicket.
See, Danny Lamb hasn't got a sweater on. That's good to see. He's a good old Lancastrian. I think he's Preston. Hudson-Prentice had a year and a half here, so he hasn't got one on.
He's at backward point. So Seals then, and he comes down. Right arm over, and it's full toss, cannons into the pad of Lloyd, and Tell you what, he's missed out there. There's big shouts. It's obviously missing the stumps, but hands on heads time, and Lloyd limps away to square leg.
Did he get a little inside edge?
Could have done it. It sounded something, didn't it?
Yeah. That might just have saved him. He'd been out to a full toss. That's exactly what you don't want. He's in a bit of pain, isn't he? I'm just watching on the replay, or not watching on the stream now. I think he's probably going to miss leg stump. It's hit him quite high up, actually. Oh dear.
Didn't he get caught amidships in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
As he crouches down, that's going to hurt. In comes Seals again. Full length ball pushed out to the offside. And there's no run.
He was also out in the, I don't know if you saw it, against Leicestershire here, in the most bizarre fashion to Scott Curry, who bowled what looked like was going to be a beamer. But it was a knuckleball, so as it approached him, it just dropped and it clattered into his stumps, and poor old Lloydie ended up flat on his back on the floor. I'm fairly sure that would have been put out on social media by the...
I'll have a look at that.
It was incredible.
Comes Seals again to Lloyd, who crouches down, clips over mid-wicket, that will be 4 runs. A little bit aerial, granted. Plenty of pace, and there's no fielder out there because Pujara's in the square at mid-wicket. So 4 runs to Lloyd, first boundary of the Derbyshire innings. He's off and running. See it again, nicely timed. Yeah, again, okay, aerial, but...
There's only Pujara there, isn't there? And he's relatively close, relatively orthodox mid-wicket. I don't know if he's going to stay a bit deeper, in which case Lloyd will just push the ball into the leg side and take a single. Lost a slip already.
Now they're taking Carson out. Putting him on the drive, aren't they, there? Hudson-Prentice at backward point. Carson on the drive. 3 slips in. Stop Clark and Coles. In comes Seals again. And this one's driven confidently by Lloyd, but fielded at mid-off. There's no run. He's quick. I think he's quicker than... He's the quickest on the bowling attacks, isn't he?
So. Yeah, I think so.
Seals. Making his way back towards the... What you describe, is it the permanently temporary stand, isn't it? Or the temporary permanent stand? Or
permanent temporary, yeah. Permanent temporary. Yeah. Which used to be here, of course.
It did used to be here. And it used to be a double tierer, didn't it, as well?
I don't think so.
I'm sure it's half the size now.
It's smaller.
Yeah. Seals comes in, and Lloyd then went for the drive, but the ball moved off the seam and went through to Simpson. Thankfully, from Lloyd's point of view, there was no nick.
Yes, it's not as big as it was when it was in this end, and some of the seats that were left over, if they are indeed called leftover seats, are either side of the ones we were sitting on this morning. They came out of it.
Okay.
So they didn't lose any seating, but there are fewer seats at the far end than there were at this end, I believe.
Yes, in comes Seals again to Lloyd. Whips this away behind square for at least 1. And he's coming back for 2, and in fact he's going to get 4. So nice shot that from Lloyd. A couple of boundaries in the over for him. It pushes Darby to score along to 11. Positive response as they still trail by 222.
Rattling along, which they did in the first innings, to be fair. And they got 15 after 2 overs first time around from memory. Seals is a sharp bowler.
Yeah. Even from here, he looks quick as well.
You'd have no chance of getting me anywhere near him.
No, I wouldn't. I'd send out everybody else. In fact, I'd retire hurt before I'd even...
Just retire from the game. I'd go, hanging my bat up. Thank you, lads.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've played.
I bet it's longer since I did. Here's Ollie Robinson around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees from the racecourse, sent down the leg side and taken by Simpson behind the stumps. 4 slips.
Yeah, it's very staggered as well, aren't they? They are. Like the 4th slip is leading forward, as expected. The 3rd is a yard behind him. 2nd yard.
It seemed quite close to me as well. Imagine trying to get a dive in.
Yeah, thick edge like that, yeah.
Bumping into each other. 11 without loss. Robinson in and bowls to Rees, who defends this one. There'll be a lot of shouts like that throughout the course of the day. I'm fairly certain.
There won't be, I'll tell you what, the slip cordon won't be as close to the stumps when one of Jaden Seals. Is that they don't certainly don't look as close there.
I'm going to leave you by yourself for a minute.
Okay. Well, Robinson to continue. He won't be called into action, I don't think, until for England duty until I think it's July, isn't it, when they play Sri Lanka and somebody else whose name escapes me. Just one driven off the back foot by Rees to Pujara, who's at no run. I want to say Sri Lanka and Pakistan, but I might be wrong. So Pakistan are coming up in a T20 series for 4 games before England jet off to the West Indies in America for the T20, as defending champions, of course, the T20 World Cup. Robinson then goes over the wicket now rather than round. 4 slips in again, I say, for Sussex. In comes Robinson then, past umpire Long. This one pushed forward by Lewis Rees, fielded there by Tom Haynes, who wipes the ball on his jumper and tries to get some shine from it. The cap on and glasses above his cap. Robinson then back to his mark. 11 without loss. Derbyshire. Sorry, Dave. You're back.
I'm back. Yeah. Robinson bowls to Rees, who just dabs that into the offside. And
short.
No run.
Short and sharp.
20 seconds max. And also 20 seconds minimum. That was 20.38 seconds. That
time it as well.
Oh, I have to. I can't. I
yeah.
can't possibly hit 20 seconds at the moment without having a stopwatch on it, with nothing written down. Yeah. Sometimes you get to the end of a sentence and you wonder where it's going, but that's pretty much the same no matter what I'm doing.
Yeah, I do that regularly.
Chatting to people.
Yeah.
Here's Robinson to complete his second over. Bowls to Rees, who turns that nicely into the leg side, down towards Jaden Seals at long leg. And they go through for a single. So Rees is off the mark. Lloyd has 9, Rees with 1. Derbyshire 12 without loss. 7 minutes until lunch. And then a couple of reasonably lengthy sessions, I would imagine. Well, the second session is a timed session. It'll be tea at 4 o'clock. So it looks like the final session, a bit like last night, will be around about 38 overs, I would have thought. Assuming, of course, the inevitable that Derbyshire are still there. The pitch looks pretty good now. Some of the batsmen this morning, I think it would be fair to say, sort of got themselves out with shots that they wouldn't ordinarily play, so we'll see.
Jaden Seals in. So another over, right on round the wicket to left-hander Rees, who drives off the back foot, and he'll get a single. As running round there was Danny Lamb to point, and there's 1 more to the total. Yeah, you just got the feeling that Sussex wanted Derbyshire in, don't you? Get hit, get some quick runs, get Derbyshire in, and we'll get at them before lunch as well. It's only got plenty of runs this morning. They increased their total considerably, didn't they?
122, I think.
Seals comes in again, right arm to the right-handed Lloyd. This one driven back past the bowler, but he clatters into the stumps. Don't think there was any hand on it by Seals, but Rees was back anyway. So no danger there. Ollie Robinson's fielding it mid-on.
I'm just going to gloat now. I've finished my updates for the day.
Was it? I've got 3 more. 3 more.
Sunday, what a day.
Extra. Yeah. Dear. 3 slips in for Seals as he sprints in now from the city end again. This one cut to mid-wicket. Nice shot from Lloyd. He'll only pick up 1 though as Robinson sprints around from his mid-on position. Dabs some sweat on the ball. And rubs it on his trousers to try and get a bit of shine for Seals. We will now go right on round the wicket to the left-hander Lewis Rees. On the drive is Pujara. Fine knock from him. 113 of 186 balls, 11 fours in his knock. In comes Seals. This one gets Reese playing with the back foot out to point where Lamb fields. There's no run. So was he 104 overnight, was he? So he didn't score that many this morning.
104.
So just added 9 to his overnight total. There's a couple of nice shots in there, though, mind. 19
deliveries, I think, tonight. Good ball to get rid of as well. I watched the replay of the two Du Pavillon wickets, and he got both to move away off the pitch.
Yeah, I get the feeling Du Pavillon could be a real find for Derbyshire, don't you? In comes Seals. This one off the back foot. Reese driven into the ground. There's going to be one. They come back for 2. Fielded again by Lamb. Good sprint away from him into the gloves of Simpson for a couple. And Derbyshire move on to 16. Reese on strike. Grabbed a couple of wickets yesterday. And what was an interesting bowling spell. Let's keep it at that, I think. And Seals then right on round the wicket to Reese. Again, it gets short, but Reese gets forward to that. Late, rather. It goes out to point, filled again by Lamb. And that's the end of the over. So Derbyshire 16 without loss. They trail by 217.
The without loss bit is the most crucial. There'll be one more over before lunch. It'll be bowled by Ollie Robinson. If they can get to the end of this 5th over of the innings non-down, it will be job done as far as this morning is concerned. For Derbyshire, they would have liked to have conceded fewer runs, of course, this morning, but that is what it is now. 3 wickets this morning for Jack Morley, 2 for Darren Du Pavillon, who finished with 3 for 89, Morley 3 for 117. 2 wickets for Lewis Reese in the innings, 1 each for Blair Tickner and Anuj Dal, as Ollie Robinson is in to bowl to Lloyd, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. That cut back, clearly, judging by Ollie Robinson's expression and the hands-on heads from a couple of members of the slip cordon. So that goes down in the good leave category from David Lloyd, who was out leg before wicket. 2, I'm going to say Ollie Robinson. It was leg before wicket without playing a shot in the first innings.
I seem to remember Brooke Guest getting absolute beauty, didn't he, from Finn Hudson-Prentice? That made his stump cartwheel out of the ground.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he was bowled for 22, second man out. As the next delivery is defended into the leg side by Lloyd. And picked up by Danny Lamb at mid-wicket. Yes, they were always behind the 8 ball, really, by lunch on day one. It was a horrible day, as you said earlier. The lights came on at the toss and didn't go off until the players were finally off the field due to rain and bad light. It got that dark. But yeah, 82 for 4 at one stage, 79 for 3. I mean, it was unpleasant. Good from Sussex, though, as Robinson bowls. That's come off the outside edge of Lloyd's bat out towards the backward point region where Finn Hudson-Prentice is fielding. It remains 16 without loss. 3 overs to go until the lunch interval. Derbyshire still 217 runs required to make Sussex bat for a second time. And then we'll see Darren Du Pavillon being the second innings bowler. I'm not sure how many runs he might have to play with.
Yeah. As a second innings bowler, yeah.
And if that happens, it'll be sometime tomorrow afternoon. It comes Robinson and bowls. That one is driven very nicely by Lloyd. I'm not sure he's going to get 4 runs for it. In fact, I'm almost certain that he isn't going to get 4 runs to it because the ball has been caught up by Tom Haynes. And in fact, they only get 2 in the end. Haynes came all the way from mid-on and beat mid-off Cheteshwar Pujara by 10 yards. I think Pujara was giving the impression that he was chasing the ball rather than expending an enormous amount of energy.
Can you see me? Can you see this is what I'm doing?
Yeah, look at me. He goes back into mid-off. as Robinson is in and bowls to Lloyd, who turns this one nicely down towards long leg, where Jaden seals his fielding. He picks up a single to move on to 13, and will go to lunch unbeaten, because unless he's run out, of course, because this is the final ball of the morning session.
You can see why Robinson's pals with Josh Hazelwood, can't you? Really, the model of their action on each other when they played grade cricket together. Certainly that sort of languid sort of run-up that they've got there, but able to put it on the spot time and time again. Really impressive stuff.
Final ball of the session then, bowls to Rees, who defends this up towards Tom Haynes, and that will be lunch on day 3 of this match here at the county ground in Derby. Derbyshire 19 without loss. David Lloyd has 13. Lewis Rees has 4, having bowled out Sussex for 479 earlier on this morning, with 3 wickets this morning for Jack Morley and a couple for Darren Dupavel. And it means that Derbyshire trail by 214. 70 overs left today. If you want to come down and watch some cricket, and it will be gripping, I can't promise, but I've got a feeling it will be. Why not get yourself down to the county ground? Still an awful lot of cricket to be played. 70 overs left. Derbyshire 19 without loss. Myself and Paul will be back in around about 35-40 minutes' time. And we're back in the room. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Sussex here at the county ground in Darby, where Derbyshire are about to resume on 19 without loss in their second innings, still trailing by 214 runs. Just as you do, chatting over lunch, so they've probably got to be batting at tea time tomorrow.
I'll repeat what I said.
Yeah, no, it was well worth repeating. That's the view of the media, for what it's worth, as if anybody cares what we think.
Yeah, Seals sprinted in the first ball post lunch. Right arm over as Lloyd gets forward to that confidently and plays it out to the covers. Yeah, you'd say that obviously Sussex in pole position right now, but the pitch does look good to bat on.
It does.
And obviously Derbyshire got the thick end of it, didn't they, in the first up when you lose the toss, put in an overcast day with the floodlights on. Go on, lads, go and have a go.
First toss they've lost.
Yeah. And it's not easy, is it? So, but they still managed to get a score anyway, didn't they? So it's enabled them as Seals comes in again to Lloyd. Drives again, this time to mid-off, no run.
Still think that Ollie Robinson's the key.
Yeah.
With his international experience, if he can find the spot, then Derbyshire will do well to survive this game. Hudson-Prentice warming up down there. That would be interesting if he came on instead of Ollie Robinson first up.
Yeah, from memory, bowled well, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, he wasn't happy with his second spell, he told me, because I said, well, I bowled today, and he said, yeah, second spell was,
yeah.
I won't tell you the word he used, but he wasn't very impressed by it.
It's not broadcastable.
No.
Now, there's a man going in at short mid-on. In comes Seals. Lloyd drives and he finds him straight away. Now, I wouldn't like to be in that position.
No.
Because the middle of the bat, if Lloyd drives, then obviously there's a chance of a catch, but there's also a chance of injury as well. It's who's got in there? Tom Haynes.
Yeah.
So good luck, lad. And he's got his shades on as well. He takes an extra step further forward. 3 slips in for Sussex. Seals in particular. Sprints in now from the city end. Right arm over past umpire Lungley. So clip to mid-wicket. They'll take a single. Just to the right of Robinson. And Lloyd, that's good running. They pick up a single there, their first run since lunch. 20 without loss.
Runs are important as well.
Yeah, they are.
Got to keep that ball ticking over. They don't want to get bogged down and go nowhere and then get out. So striking that balance, really. David Lloyd is a very aggressive batsman. Lewis Rees likes to get on with it, but can play the longer game as he did down at Glamorgan in that drawn game at Cardiff.
In comes Seals to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Finds the edge, and it's along the ground though, but there is a misfield by Coles at third slip, but he's no chance of a catch. Obviously, he's bounced before it reached him, but it's hurt his hand, doesn't he?
Just looked like he played it off the face of the bat there, Lewis Rees, just down into the ground. It's become a scoring area, hasn't it, down the third man, because there generally aren't, or isn't anybody at third man.
Yeah, and they can try and use that, but yeah, generally isn't a sort of third slip or gully, because obviously Jaden Seals is quicker than he'll average face, isn't he, in the second division. In comes Seals again to Rees, who pushes forward, but there's no run, so he can utilise that shot down to third man. That's the end of the over, just one from it. Rees is 4 not out, and Lloyd's 14. Derby still trailed by a biggie, 213 though.
It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So
instead
of Robinson.
Yeah, instead of Ollie Robinson. Perhaps Ollie Robinson has said, look, I want to bowl at the city end.
Yeah.
Jaden Seals going to have the first burst. I'll have the second. Or they're going to try slightly differing paces from both ends. Finn Hudson-Prentice not quite as quick as Ollie Robinson. Certainly not as quick as Jaden Seals. A skillful bowler nonetheless. Picked up wickets in the first innings. Two of them, 2 for 65 from 15 overs. Everybody's been relatively expensive in this game, it seems. Both sides have rattled along.
Yeah, considering just after lunch on day 3, the scoring rate's been pretty good, hasn't it?
I think so.
You missed a lot of cricket on day 1. About 50 overs.
50 overs, yeah, thereabouts.
And yeah, so...
Hudson-Prentice in and bowls to Lloyd, who clips that away into the leg side for 4. It was a despairing dive from the man at square leg, but he couldn't get anywhere near it. And that's a nice way to begin your scoring after lunch for the Derbyshire skipper.
Very much a loosener that from Hudson-Prentice on leg side, which is a strong scoring area for Lloyd. And the fast outfield, actually, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. But what was I trying to say? Adrian was quite surprised how quick it was, the outfield, considering how much rain we've had. Lloyd waits now. It's Hudson-Prentice bowls. He turns that one into the leg side, where it's fielded by Tom Haynes. It was Danny Lamb at square leg, having a chat with umpire Tom Lugley. The umpires are swapped around, of course, for the second innings. So we've got Nigel Long at the racecourse end, standing umpire. Man at square leg, Tom Lungley.
I think it's a good surface, this, actually. There's something in it for just about everybody, isn't it? If you put your back into it for a bowler, and if you batsman, you can get your head down, can't you?
The carry is the thing that's improved, certainly, from last season so far. Hudson-Prentice bowls a full delivery, and it's driven by Lloyd for 4 runs. Was that Robinson?
Robinson, yeah.
Tried to get across and get down to field it, and he stayed down, and he looks to be in a spot of bother here. Is he okay?
Is that his shoulder?
I'm not sure if he's... I have no idea. I'm clearly not a medical man. No. I'm trying to work out. He's in a little spot of bother there. He's okay staying out there. He's not requiring at this stage any attention from the medical staff, but we'll keep an eye on that. The last thing Sussex need is to lose one of their strike bowlers. Yeah, right leg. Just flexed it there at the knee. And he does it again as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls to Lloyd, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Something came off Finn Hudson-Prentice's boot there, and Lewis Rees has now gone up the pitch to remove it. There we go, he didn't like that. Get rid of that.
He's still flexing his knee, isn't he, there at Robinson. Still landed awkward. He's a big lad, isn't he? So to get down there, landed awkwardly on the outfield. He's had problems with his ankle, hasn't he, over the winter.
Looking at his knee now, pulled his trouser leg up. Here's Hudson-Prentice in and bowls to Lloyd, who turns this nicely into the leg side out for 4 runs to mid-wicket. No, don't give chase, Danny. Don't give chase. Danny Lamb had a sprint. Perhaps he's just trying to warm himself up after lunch. But Lloyd moves on to 26 now, and Derbyshire up to 32 without loss.
They are. Taking a slip out now, Sussex.
Needs a bit of protection here for Hudson-Prentice. He's conceded 3 boundaries in the first 5 deliveries he's sent down since lunch. His first spell of the second innings. I want to get out of the over. He bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one, bat and pad together, pushes it back towards the bowler. As the 12th man, the Sussex 12th man, comes out. What's he got? Well, he's holding a towel, and he's given it to Ollie Robinson. Oh, no, it's a sweater.
Yeah.
Not a towel. I wondered why he would want a towel. He's got a sweater. Fair play. 32 without loss at the end of the over.
It's only about 20 degrees, isn't it? So why not?
I'm surprised he needs a sweater. He doesn't need a towel still. A sweater.
Well, Jaden Seals to continue. Tees at 4, is that correct?
Yeah,
so
Bob on.
Couple of hours of cricket here then. In comes Seals, right arm over to left-handed Rees, who just drives to mid-arm. No run.
What it means is if they actually bowl their overs as quickly as they're supposed to, there would be 36 overs left for the evening session. But that will slip clearly to 38, 39, I would have thought.
Yeah. It's a problem in world cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
The slow over 8s.
They're only supposed to bowl 16 and over, but Nobody seems to be able to do it. -4, the current Sussex over rate. It got to -5 at one point.
Yeah. In comes Seals again. This one's driven by Reese again, fielded exactly the same at mid-on. And it's only when they've got two spinners on in India or Bangladesh that you see them get through the 90 for the day, don't you? So
well, that's ridiculous, isn't it? They only bowl 90 overs in Test cricket, and they still can't bowl them all. We have 96 in Championship cricket, and they can't bowl them all by 6 o'clock.
No. I mean, they've been talking about this for years. They were talking about in the 80s. I remember reading Derek Pringle's autobiography. It's not all on slow over rates, but they were just mentioning it about that in fleeting, amongst other things.
Good.
I would say.
Good.
It's a good read actually. This one played out by Reese. Going to go for the single, and they'll get there as Pujara picks up. And if there's one man you could probably run to, it's Pujara. It was wide of him anyway, and Reese did sort of hesitate a little bit. Lloyd was already through with the run. And it's a single to it. So yes, it is a good read. It's not just about slow over rates.
Good.
So yeah, he's lived a healthy life, Derek Pringle. Player turned scribe.
Yes.
So yeah. It just talks about his playing days in the 80s, which were lively. Let's say. In comes Seals to Lloyd. And leaves that one alone outside the off stump through to Simpson, the former Middlesex wicketkeeper. Captain, I think he was, wasn't he, for a period?
Yeah, good pickup we were saying on day one.
Yeah, definitely so.
Simpson and Danny Lamb, two great pickups by Sussex, really good county cricketers.
Yeah, that'll appease the membership, won't it, a bit? Having lost a couple of players over the winter.
Yes.
And, Simpson, very good player on the fringes of England, wasn't he? Played, was it 3 one-day internationals, I think?
Did he get called up for that series in Bristol in COVID, did he?
Yeah, he was part of the shadow squad, wasn't he? As, Seals comes in and kept low that, I think. Lloyd just played it forward to it, but it kept low, I think, that one.
Seemed to.
Do a replay. Yeah.
Like when batsmen give the impression of something keeping low.
There's still 3 slips in then for Seals, as expected. We're only into the, how many overs of the innings? Into the 8th. Seals makes his way. He's bowling from the City end. And the West Indian quick comes in now. Right arm over. Lloyd this one. Cans into the pad. He tries to turn it leg side. He's given.
That's too high, surely.
He's given by umpire Lungley. David Lloyd turns away in frustration. But Seals has got the opening wicket. It did look a little high. And the umpire was certainly unperturbed then. And Lloyd falls again for a brisk 26 from 32 balls. And Derbyshire lose their first wicket. Yeah. They looked a little high, didn't it?
Well, yes. Yeah. Lloyd goes cheaply for the second time. 26 this time, or 32. And a blow struck early by Sussex. Just showing a replay of it now on... well, he actually is right in front.
Yeah, he's gone across his stumps, hasn't he? But it is a question of height. But that ball did keep low beforehand, didn't it?
Yeah.
So whether it's hit the same spot or not, difficult to... I'll take a look at it in a minute. But
it's easier when they show the little replay on the NV play, because you can actually stop it.
Yeah.
Which I always find useful. It will be there momentarily. In fact, it's already there now. Look at that. Who'd have thought it'd be there that quickly? But it's such a bad replay.
You pixelate it, don't you, there?
Yeah. Might even have hit him outside the line.
Yeah.
For Hudson-Prentice, then we'll continue. That was the last ball of the over. Seals striking in the first innings. Jaden Seals 1 for 54 from 14. He's got 1 for 14 from 4 in the second innings, and the first of the 9 wickets that Sussex need. New batsman, of course, Brooke Guest, has been taken. Here's Hudson-Prentice around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who's almost caught at second slip, but he gets away with it and he gets 4 runs down to third man. It was a very wafty shot outside the off stump that he played there, and he's got away with one for my money. Lewis Rees, half century in the first innings, almost going for single figures this time around, but moves on to 9, 37 for 1.
Yeah, how much a false shot that, wasn't it?
Not entirely sure what he was thinking. Unless he was trying to guide it wide of second slip. Only the 2 slips for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Who is in again. Around the wicket, bowling to Rees, who clips this nicely up to mid-on, where Ollie Robinson bends down to pick it up. There's no run. It's the over 8. -4 will just trouble Sussex a little bit. They've got plenty of time over the course of today. You would have thought to rectify that, even if it means when they get themselves into a really good winning position, they bring on the spinners and race through a few overs to get that over 8 back towards 0. Next delivery is pushed by Lewis Rees into the onside, which is fielded by James Coles, a mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket. There's catching cover as well.
Plenty of talk now out in the field, isn't there? It's amazing what a wicket does for you.
The chat increases. Here is Hudson-Prentice again. Bowls to Rees, who cuts straight into the ground and straight to Seals at backward point. And there's no run. But Gas promoted up to 3 once again after David Lloyd went from 3 to 1 as he faced the first delivery of the second innings, certainly. And Harry Kane left out of the side for the first time this season. Wayne Madsen at 4. Then Matt Lamon and Aaron Donald, Anish Dahl, Zach Chappell. Doesn't look massively strong, the Derbyshire lineup. A lot resting on these top 4. That one's down the leg side. That's a drop. He might just have got a little tickle on that one. It was put down by Simpson, diving away to his right-hand side. And Nigel Long almost deliberately keeping his hands behind his back. And Rees gets a life there on 9. He has been dropped. It was a tough one, diving away to his right-hand side down the leg side for Simpson, but he would probably have expected to have taken that.
Yeah, Simpson is a very good keeper, isn't he? Yeah, you'd expect him to get one there. It's about time Derbyshire's look changed in that respect, isn't it?
Well, they've given the opposition plenty of opportunities to score runs when they should have been out over the course of the season so far. Hudson-Prentice is in again and bowls that bat and pad together, slightly more pad than bat, out into the onside by Brooke Guest. The first balls he's faced in this Derbyshire second innings. It's fielded by Haynes, and it's the end of the Hudson-Prentice over. 5 runs coming from it. Certainly 4 of them very fortuitous. In fact, all 5 of them fortuitous. Went to Lewis Rees, who's got 10. Brooke Guest yet to get off the mark. 38 for 1. Derbyshire trailing by 195.
I think Simpson ran over to Hudson-Prentice and patted him on the back there, so it's a telling sign that there was a little nick on that one from Rees.
Got a lot on his plate, being the keeper and the captain, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. So it's a difficult job, isn't it? Seals comes in against starting to over, and it cannons against the pad. There's a big shout, but not out, says umpire Longley. And not too sure about. Well, I hit with slightly to the. We're not exactly behind the bowler's arm here, so
it was too high again, that one. So, but Tom Longley, Lewis Rees.
Well, now you come to mention it. Yes, indeed. Some shenanigans last night that went off. In comes Seals then to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who pushes forward confidently, and there's no run. Seals is one of those bowlers that can make a big difference to getting promoted or not, isn't it?
Yeah.
Keep him fit, and
he's not here for long.
I don't think they've got him for all season.
No, it was. I think just 6 or 7 matches in this first block of games. Gone are the days, of course, where the overseas would come in April and go home at the end of September or whenever the season finished.
can draft them a 3-year contract, can't you, those days? Yeah. And then when the opposition, when they were touring, then they've got somebody else as Seals comes in again to Reese, who clips his through mid-wicket. Chase on here for, I think it's Tom Haynes, and he's going to pull the ball in. Good work from him. They're going to check 3. They're going to come back for 4. Yes, Brooke Guest wants 4. There's an all-run 4, so good running from Brooke Guest in particular, but good chase from Tom Haynes.
First all-run 4 of the season. I'm fairly confident in saying I do love an all-run 4.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't go down in his stats as a boundary.
It's like an in-the-park home run.
Yes, yeah. I've seen one of those already this season, haven't I?
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure.
See, your Padres have made a big signing.
Today?
Yesterday.
Oh.
Come Seals. Some played out. So Reese to back to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, Lewis Arise, the pitcher from Miami Marlins. He was...
Derbyshire's injured at the moment, isn't he? Has been injured.
Yeah.
They've surprised me this season, I've got to say. I didn't think they'd be anywhere near as competitive as they have been. Big win last night, 11-1, I believe it was. Might be more.
Yeah, they're going to really challenge this year, I think, the Padres.
Yeah?
The Dodgers, yeah. The Dodgers clearly the standout team, but
yes.
Annoyingly in the same division as the Padres, aren't they? As Seals comes in, tries round the wicket now, and it's pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, I'm going to the both days of the Mets-Phillies games in London.
Down at London, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, I went last year to the Cardinals and Cubs, and the other year to the Red Sox and the Yankees. It was quite good. Good day out. You get fans of all teams going. It's a bit like the NFL when they go, you get fans of everyone. So it's expensive though.
Is it?
Yeah. Not cheap for a ticket.
Not getting the press box.
No. I'll send a few arrows for day 2. I've not got my ticket for day 2 yet, but there's plenty left. So in comes Seals right on round the wicket. This one played out to Reese. No run, played back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. So Jaden Seals, the first wicket of the day, and Derbyshire's response 42 for 1. And Guest is yet to score. He's just faced the 1 ball. Lewis Reese 14 on 28, and Derbyshire still trail by 191 runs.
It was 13-1 last night.
13-1 was it?
The Diamondbacks. They play them again at 10:09 tonight. I should be tuned in.
Yeah, we got we New York Mets fan. We got the Tampa Bay Rays at the minute, but we lost the first 2 games in the series. So
falling apart, wheels are off. Here is Hudson-Prentice bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes the first delivery of a new over out into the offside.
Well, they weren't expect to compete this year, and they're 16 and 17 at the minute, so not doing too bad. But when you compare it to how the Nationals are doing exactly the same, then it's not great.
At least it's not the White Sox.
No. Oh, a horrendous start.
They are dreadful. Here is Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, sorry for the baseball chat, anybody listening, but...
The game's second only to cricket.
Yeah.
I always think.
Well, this is cousin, isn't it? It's Atlantic cousin.
Yeah.
So,
although the amount of times people use the word rounders whenever I tell them that I like baseball really starts to grate.
Yes, it does.
Here is Hudson-Prentice, again defended by Brooke Guest up towards Hudson-Prentice on this occasion. Polishes the ball furiously, first on his sweater, then on the back of his trousers, and then on his sleeve. And he's still not finished. There we go. Gives it back to Finn Hudson-Prentice. I was waiting for him to drop it there. He held on to it, turns, goes past umpire Long, bowls to Guest, who clips this very late into the leg side. He's going to get a couple of runs for this, I fancy. Danny Lamb giving chase, puts the slide in, of course, to do the fielding. Already got plenty of marks down his right leg. And a Guest is off the mark. 44 for 1, Derbyshire, trailing by 189. We could do with a batting performance here, very much along the lines of the batting performance at Headingley When I don't think many people gave them an enormous amount of hope of matching Yorkshire's first innings score, but they ended up being just 3 behind at 447. That one is driven gloriously by Guest for 4. Well, I say for 4. It's being chased down, and it gets to the rope now. James Coles gave it absolutely everything, but couldn't quite get there. It looked like 4 off the bat, but it started to slow as it reached the boundary in front of the players' pavilion. But that was a beautiful shot.
It was.
Look at that, right in the middle of the... Oh, no, the cameraman got a bit excited at the end there. And we saw the shot. We knew it had gone over the boundary. That's all you need to know, everybody.
I'm impressed with Coles and Haynes' efforts to stop the ball going to the boundary. Very good.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. A Guest leaves alone outside the off stump, and it goes through to John Simpson. End of the over, 48 for 1 after 11 overs. So again, the scoring rate pretty decent, in excess of 4 and over. Rees has 14, Guest has 6. Derbyshire trail by 185.
Well, my next update's around 10 to 3, but like Simple Minds, I hope they don't forget about me. Like
Very good.
Like they did do at the 1:30 so I was there waiting.
Too excited about the Brighton game
Brighton
against
Aston Villa coming up, yeah.
0-0 after 17 minutes. An absolute thriller on the Amex.
It comes Seals right on, round the wicket to left-handed Rees, who plays this off his thigh pads, off his hip down to deep square, where it's fielded there by Jack Carson. We might see bowling soon. A couple of wickets in the first innings, didn't he?
Towards the end, yeah. Towards the end. A bit like
Jack Morley.
Similar pattern, just twice as many runs.
Yeah.
To the 2 innings.
Well, it should be a batting day, really, this for Derbyshire.
Feels like one. Certainly felt like one at 10 o'clock this morning, didn't it?
Yeah. To get your head down, and the pitch is pretty placid, isn't it? Pretty placid at the moment. Seals comes in. It's a quick ball through to Simpson, left alone by a Guest on length. I tell you what, that was sharp. And but yeah, you've got quicks like, so you've got Robinson coming up later on, I'm sure. So Daniel Lamb has a bowl as well, doesn't he?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, good bowler, Lamb. Well, I like him. I'd have had him.
He comes Seals to Brooke Guest, who plays this confidently out to the offside crowds of ooh. I'm sure they're just a full sense of security, trying to lull Brooke into it. So it's the blast off, isn't it? Which is a bit weird because there's already a couple of games before the start of the blast off. Is that right?
Yes.
In a few weeks' time.
Don't get me started on that. And yes, Derbyshire go to Northampton 2 days before the blast off when they play Leicestershire in a home game at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
And then they go to Lancashire the day after for an early start.
Oh, thank you. That's good. That's good planning, isn't it?
Yeah, so they'll play 3 times within 4 days.
So Seals comes in to Brooke Guest again. He plays this late out to point. There's no run. So does that mean then you do the first game? Do you stay or do you get off after? To go to Old Trafford.
Well, I would get off. I mean, I live in Bolton anyway. But
yeah.
I'm not.
You're not bothered about the Outlaws game.
Absolutely no interest in watching other teams play T20 cricket. And then they have a few days off. Then it's the big one here, Nottinghamshire on the 7th of May. Up to Yorkshire on the Saturday, the 9th. We get about a bit.
Yeah. Quick fire, isn't it? As Seals comes in, short ball, and Brooke Guest just pulls his bat out the way, really. Just realises it's short, it's not going to hit the stump. So, through to Simpson. Still plenty of carry. There's just the very odd one that's, very odd one that's kept low-ish from the city end anyway. Still 3 slips in for Sussex.
They had that ridiculous break in the T20 where they played 2 championship matches. I know it was to enable teams to play championship matches in the summer, but it still doesn't make a lot of sense.
In comes Seals to Brooke, yes, who tries to pull the bat out of the way. rather theatrically, but I think that one was a bit closer to the off stump than he imagined. And it's no run. That's the end of the over. 49 for 1. Derbyshire will trail by 184. You're absolutely right. I like blocks where they play cricket, especially at short format.
Yeah.
You know, where you can throw everything at it, make it a big thing about it, but like the IPL. You know, you don't all of a sudden, hang on, let's hang on.
Stop. We're going back
Stop
to
there.
red ball. Yeah. Well, so they play at Trent Bridge on the 21st. I'd only just spotted this. I'm not happy. In the T20 before the break, as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and that one is pushed up to a very straight mid-on by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. Yeah, so Trent Bridge on the 21st.
That's a June, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we're at Lord's starting on the 23rd, 2 days later. I'd only just spotted that. Then it's back to Chesterfield for the 4-day game against Yorkshire. That'll be good. Hudson-Prentice bowls, strikes the pad of Lewis Rees. Dribbles out into the leg side. There's no room. And at the end of that week, whether at Chesterfield, on the Saturday, they play at Leicestershire in the evening on the Saturday, on the 80s night. Which should suit me down to the ground. And they play Yorkshire on the Sunday at 2:30 the following day.
At Chesterfield?
At Chesterfield, yeah. Yeah. So, all the fun of the fair. So Hudson-Prentice is in. That's left alone by Rees outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. And then, of course, the whole shebang rather bizarrely finishes with back-to-back games, one at Worcester and then one here on the Thursday and Friday, before they play Cheshire on the Sunday and then Northamptonshire in a 50-over game on the following Wednesday. Anyway, good luck to everybody who's keeping up with this. It's Hudson-Prentice bowled. So he's bowled him, he's dragged it on, and Hudson-Prentice, for the second time in the match, gets Lewis Rees, this time for just 15. And Derbyshire, well, they're 49 for 2, and Sussex require 8 more wickets to secure an innings victory. They trail by 184.
Yeah, a little unlucky there. Lewis Rees played through the shot, dragged it on onto his stumps. A whitish ball from Hudson-Prentice. Rees couldn't resist going after it, but dragged it onto his stumps. Always seen a little bit unlucky from that point of view. But the second wicket's fallen. Big blow for Derbyshire. Sussex in command right now. Hudson-Prentice there, picking up the wicket of Lewis Rees. So both openers gone now for 49.
Yeah.
To Wayne Madsen again.
The top 4 was going to be crucial. And 2 of the top 4 have now gone. Wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jaden Seals. And it is Wayne Madsen coming out to the crease. I imagine that the Derbyshire supporters inside the ground are starting to feel slightly nervous.
Some chattery teeth going off probably around there, and that's not because of the weather, because it's quite nice. So there's 62 overs left in the day, and then tomorrow.
Plus the extra half hour tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they can take it on an extended day.
Yeah.
I don't think they can, actually. I don't think they can. Because we're already playing an extra half hour anyway, effectively with 8 extra overs. So I don't think they can take the extra half hour. I'll double check at tea time if we get that far. Still another 90 minutes plus to go before tea.
Yeah.
So the decision to bowl Finn Hudson-Prentice has paid off. Straight after lunch. 1 for 23 from his 3 overs and 4 balls, and he bowls to Wayne Madsen, who guides this down to third man for 4 runs. I'm going to say it's 4 runs, despite the fact, yes it is, despite the fact that Jack Carson was racing after it like a hare. So Madsen off the mark, 53 up, 50 is up, 53 for 2. And that's come quite quickly. he said, looking at the scoreboard in just the 13th over. In the first innings, it came in the 12th, I think, from memory. Yeah, end of the 12th. So they've gone along quickly again. Not as quickly as Sussex set off yesterday in their first innings. Was it the night before? This one is the night before. Oh, Madsen gets 4 more out to square leg, and he's clipped it right over the head of Danny Lamb, who's at square leg, standing alongside the umpire. I'm not sure if he got his fingertips to it or not, but it didn't appear to be too far away. Madsen gets up and running with back-to-back boundaries. A successful over for Finn Hudson-Prentice, his 4th, 1 for 31 his figures. Madsen's got 8, Guest has 6. They trail by 176 Derbyshire. They're 57 for 2. Sussex need 8 more wickets for victory.
They're going to change the bowling as well. Ollie Robinson's going to replace Jaden Seals from the City end.
Jaden Seals, who's currently refusing to crawl underneath the covers. He's just got
a crow under there.
He has refused. Jack Carson's gone underneath the covers to get the ball, and Jaden Seals said, "I'm not doing that."
I've got a feeling that Jaden Seals feels that he can't get under there because he's a big lad.
Well, there might be that. They've got the ball back though.
He's going to leave it to the chimney sweep to get in there.
They've got it back anyway.
Yeah, slightly diminutive, Jack Carson compared to Jaden Seals, but yes, they've got it. It's going to be Ollie Robinson for his second spell from a different end. Did he bowl from that in the first innings from the City?
Oh, blimey.
I'm sorry, I'm testing you now, aren't
I? You might have done.
I do apologise.
No. That's something I don't keep a record of. So much to
there
write.
Is.
So much to write.
So many stats. Good crowd in today.
I think so, yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of Sussex supporters who've made the 4-hour trip up or whatever it is. In comes Robinson now, right arm over to Guest, who clips this down to fine leg where he'll get 4 runs for it. Nice shot off the bottom of his bat, I'm sure, but Robinson off the radar straight away. 4 runs to Guest.
Yes, he'll have this deficit wiped out at this rate. That's 3 successive boundaries.
Yeah.
Partnership 12 off 3.
Yeah, they're not hanging around now.
No, might as well get the 172 while we're here and then build a lead.
61 for 2, Derbyshire. Brooke Gaston waits, but high up. Most baseball style as Robinson comes in. Gets forward to that Guest, drives, and there's no run. Brooke Guest. He was unlucky, wasn't he? Aaron Donald was unlucky, wasn't he, last time against at Yorkshire?
Yeah, 97.
When he did have it, didn't he? But they went back on the
yeah,
score.
the score was 96 at one point, but we knew it wasn't because they'd given a 4 for a catch off a no ball that would have been a 6 or nothing.
In comes Robinson again to Guest. Gets him in the catch him in the midships. Big shout from behind the stumps. Robinson just goes to get the ball. There's no run.
But he did know because he went from 96 down to 92. The ball before he played one down a fine leg for 4. He'd been told by umpire Martin Saggers that there was a discrepancy in the scoring. Then he made just 1 more run after that and got out for 97. He's only got 3 first-class centuries.
Yeah, I didn't think they could take it back retrospectively, but obviously they can.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So in comes Robinson again to Guest. A shortish ball, but on the hop. Guest plays it to mid-wicket, no run. Fielded by Pujara.
Yes, I think the only time they can't is if the innings is finished.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't know that for certain. You would have thought that once the innings is finished, you can't then suddenly start saying, "Oh, I've just gone back in the scoreboard from the scorebook from yesterday."
Yeah.
I discovered a wide that wasn't added or.
Well, I imagine you can do the team if there's penalty runs. They could do, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Because of scoring rates.
Yeah.
Over rates, sorry. But yeah, there's all sorts of funny things have gone off, haven't they, with penalty runs and that. This one's guided down to the 3rd man boundary where Brooke Guest will get 4 runs. Neatly played that, short of a length from Robinson. And as you mentioned before, Dave, how that is a legitimate shot these days. Just guides it past the slips for 4 runs.
Yeah, it is. They know there's no third man, so therefore if they can get it into the ground and it goes past the slips, especially somebody at the pace of Robinson or Jaden Seals, even for Hudson-Prentice, you know that the ball's going to race away. The outfield here is quick. That went through all the feathers of the late lamented magpie that was consumed by the crows this morning.
Yes, rest in peace there, magpie. In comes Robinson again, driven by, I guess. That's a nice shot for a dot. There's no run. Straight to Seals at mid-on. End of the over. And Derbyshire are along swimmingly now. 65 for 2. Trail by 168.
Greg has been on
All
fletchcricket@gmail.com enjoying the commentary, but oh dear. Once again, Derbyshire looking in big trouble. Sussex make batting look easy, and then we lose 2 wickets in the first 12 overs. I can't help but think that we end up in these situations because there's something in the Derbyshire mindset. It's been a poor start to the season. Yes, I can't disagree with any of that, Greg. It has been certainly been a disappointing start to the season.
And I would say that Mickey Arthur's trying to change the mindset, isn't he?
Yes, well, certainly the poor old Lloyd. He's already back in the pavilion. But David Lloyd, Aaron Donald, Pat Brown, certainly in white ball cricket. I think the mindset will change. Samit Patel, of course, who's going to skip on the white ball side, ought to make a difference. It always looked. Ross Whiteley as well, who's come back from Hampshire. It always looked like that Derbyshire were assembling a team that would go well in the T20 blast. And, of course, we don't have to wait too long to find out if that's going to be true or not. Danny Lamb into the attack for Sussex, bowls to Madsen, who just, in that very Madsen way he has, just turns the ball into the leg side for a single. Hudson-Prentice does the fielding. 66 for 2, the deficit 167. If Derbyshire are to take this game into a 4th day, there could be no more than 2 down really at tea, and there's another thick end of an hour and a half before the second interval. So a lot resting on the shoulders of these two. Brooke Guest on strike, Lamb bowls. It's an inside half of the bat shot out into the onside for a single from Brooke Guest. Hudson-Prentice again does the fielding. Guest moves on to 15, 67 for 2.
Skiddy bowler, isn't he, Danny Lamb? Really aggressive and in your face type of bowler. You don't want to feel, if you just face Jaden Seals, the last one you want to see is Danny Lamb coming in. No, he's not as quick as Seals at all, but perhaps in the medium fast category, but really aggressive.
He's a good bowler. He's in again at bowls to Madsen on the leg stump, and it's clipped away beautifully for 4. I'm not entirely sure where that had gone initially, but too far square for Jaden Seals down at long leg to get around and cut off.
Yeah, what you can't afford to do to Wayne Madsen is bowl on his pads either. So he can be as aggressive as you want, but you've got to bowl on cue.
Danny Lamb's numbers are the number of wickets that he's got are slightly fewer than I imagined he would in 29 matches. 57 wickets at 31, which is all right for a
second change.
Yeah, no question. He's in again and bowls. Oh, and that strikes Madsen on the pad, and he's gone. Nigel Long raises the finger. Madsen looked in all sorts of trouble there, and Danny Lamb strikes as well. In his first over, just 4 deliveries have been sent down by Lamb, and Madsen's gone for 13. And Sussex edge closer to victory. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble now. They're 71 for 3. They trail by 162.
Yeah, it's a good boy. Looked out as soon as it hit Madsen's pads. Trying to get across the line. He beaten by a little bit of pace there from him. Big shout from everybody. And Lamb was absolutely positive. And that's a big wicket for Sussex. Wayne Madsen going. And jubilant Sussex now. At 71 for 3.
Matt Lamb. Oh dear, Danny Lamb's going to be bowling to Matt Lamb. That's never ideal, is it? 13, including 3 fours, Wayne Madsen. That's not necessarily what Derbyshire wanted there, but... it's gone off the screen again.
cometh the hour.
Yeah, well, he looked like he was. He struggled. Let's make no bones about it. He struggled in the first innings. Matt Lamb. He could have been out first ball. He only lasted 4.
He was dropped first ball, wasn't he? Was that right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, he was by John Simpson off Tom Clark, and he was legged before wicket 2. Down at Danny Lamb.
So then.
Here we go.
Trouble.
Yes.
At Mill.
So he's got just the one slip, but he's got that man on the drive on the offside, who is Coles. And here he comes. Danny Lamb in bowls to Matt Lamb, who defends the first ball into the offside. Coles is the fielder, and he's successfully negotiated his first delivery. Matt Lamb.
Look at this. This ball from Danny Lamb. Oh, yeah. Trapped him way in front. Yeah, and absolutely delighted. Good ball, that, from Danny Lamb. Fuller of length that time as well. Maybe he was searching for that one before when he clipped it through for 4, but...
Danny Lamb bowls Matt Lamb with a one-handed drive out into the offside, gets off the mark with a single. And it's 72 for 3. Well, that was the end of Danny Lamb's first over, 1 for 7. His figures, Derbyshire trailing by 161. Matt Lamb on 1, Guest on 15. And Sussex can smell victory on day 3.
There's a long time to go in this in this day. 60 overs remaining. And Robinson's yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings. Seals with 1. He picked up 6 on a couple of occasions this season. So then, chance to get your head down and bat. But here comes Robinson from the city end to Matt Lamb, who drives to cover. Well fielded there by Carson. There's no run. He's had an injury hit season last year, didn't he, Matt Lamb?
Oh, yeah.
I think he came in for the back end, didn't he, last game of the season, I think?
Yeah, but he clearly wasn't fit.
Yeah.
He clearly wasn't fit. Real problems with his back. Played one really good. Durham springs to mind.
Yeah. In comes Robinson to Lamb, gets forward. Don't know what, I can't remember what he made. It was 90 odd, I don't.
He might have won the game. I'm going to have to check now, aren't I? I'll do it. Okay. It's the kind of thing that I should be able to remember, but it was definitely a List A game, I think.
Well, you are forgiven. I'm sure some games merge into one, though, don't they? So.
I can remember more bits of first-class matches than I kind of many T20s.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those merge into one.
One slip and a sort of third slip, really, for Robinson as he comes in now, and he goes straight through Lamb. It's a beauty of a ball, that from the England paceman. Nipper away from Matt Lamb, who could have been forgiven for nicking it because it was such a good ball. Robinson just showing his skills now into a bit of a rhythm. First spell from the racecourse end wasn't his best, but this one's okay as he trots in now to Lamb and clips him off his pad to mid-wicket. Sorry, to square leggish. So who's fielding there is James Coles.
The game I was thinking about was a one-day cup match against Northamptonshire, which Derbyshire won, and he made 63 not out.
Okay.
But I have a recollection of him scoring runs against
he's got,
Durham as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a Derbyshire best of 90 odd or something like that.
I'll get there.
In comes Robinson to Matt Lamb. This one's a late one. It's pushed just behind square, so Lamb will pick up a single. The throw comes into Simpson. One more to the total. Derbyshire moving on to 73 for 3. Still trailing by a whopping 60. I've got an update in 10 minutes.
I should have found it by then.
Well, they might not find me, though. That's the thing. Adrian did tell him I was there. He's given me all the days and times.
I've got
He's
it.
done his bit. Oh, go on, hang on.
No, go on, you carry on.
In comes Robinson to Guest, who clips this behind squares. A chase on here. The field will get there, and it's Danny Lamb. Throw comes in. They come back for 2. So Derbyshire move on to 73 for 3. Guess 75 for 3. Guess on 17.
It isn't necessarily what Derbyshire supporters will want to hear, and I'm sure that Sussex fans will be cheered by it. It was up at Durham, at Chester Street last April. Derbyshire lost the game by an innings and 7 runs. In the second innings, though, Matt Lamb made 99 with 9 fours and 3 sixes.
He was not out. Was he not out?
No, he was
Oh,
out.
he was out, was he?
Yeah, he was the 6th man out.
No.
Yeah. Here's Danny Lamb bowling to Matt Lamb, who defends it out to Percy Lamb. No, it clearly isn't. It's Tom Haynes.
Alan Lamb.
Yeah.
I'm struggling now for any more. Gordon Lamb is a car dealership in Chesterfield, or used to be.
Other car dealerships,
I don't
etc.
think it exists anymore,
Oh,
but
is
yeah.
that?
Yeah. Larry Lamb.
Yes, famously.
Who was Percy Lamb?
No idea.
Okay.
No idea. Here comes Danny Lamb in and bowls to Matt Lamb, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to John Simpson. There'll be a lot of Lambs who've played cricket, I imagine, over the years. It's not an uncommon name, is it?
No. The Lamb off here, though.
Yes. Lamathan. 75 for 3. Derbyshire trailing by 158. 7 more wickets required by Sussex for victory. The question is, will they complete it inside 3 days? As this next delivery is driven by Lamb, but he's not going to get by Matt Lamb. Goes straight to Ollie Robinson. And there's no run. And it's not just inside 3 days. It would be a 2.5-day victory because we lost 50 overs on day 1. And it's been some effort from Sussex, this.
Look a good side, don't they, Sussex?
Yeah. Well, the 2 teams to have a victory this season in the Second Division
Yes.
County Championship.
So strange.
Middlesex with the other.
It's a weird season so far.
Next delivery is cut away off the back foot by Matt Lamb down towards the wide third man boundary for a single. He moves on to 3. 76 for 3. 3 of the top 4 have been and gone. Lloyd for 26, Rees for 15, Madsen for 13, wickets for Jaden Seals, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and this man Danny Lamb, who is on his way in once more from the racecourse end. Bowls to Guest, who's bowled, and Lamb's got a second wicket in his second over, 1 in each, and Derbyshire in disarray here. 76 for 4 and hurtling towards defeat. Sussex, I would be, if I was a betting man, will finish the game today.
Stunning bit of bowling that from Danny Lamb. That one must have jagged back. Took the off stump, cartwheeling out the ground. That's twice of Brooke Guest, I think, in this county championship game. That's a big wicket as well of Brooke Guest. 17 of 22. 76 for 4, trailing by 157. And Aaron Donald is the next batsman to come in, or scheduled to come in anyway.
Yeah, it'll come in next. He's jogging his way down the steps away to our left-hand side. Guest 17 of 21. I think you might just have said that. Apologies.
That's all right. Yes.
This is horrible. It's horrible and at the same time unsurprising, sadly.
Yeah.
Still 157. Have you got a wicket in this innings yet?
I don't know.
157 behind.
I got Seals, I think. I got David Lloyd out, LBW, I think. Oh, I think. Yes, I did, yes.
Good. As long as it's not all down to me.
I'm going to disappear, though.
Yes,
and
absolutely,
give an
absolutely.
update.
Don't miss the opportunity to be missed next door. So, Sussex now 6 wickets away from victory inside 3 days here at the county ground, and picking up their second win, which would give them another 24 points. And Aaron Donald, 97 at Yorkshire last week. In the first innings here, made 44 from 46. He doesn't hang around, I think it's fair to say. His 97 came off 118. Lamb is in and bowls to Donald, who turns this off his pads into the leg side. Pujara does the fielding. Over comes to an end. 2 overs, 2 for 8, Danny Lamb. 76 for 4. Derbyshire trailed by 157. 3 to Matt Lamb. Donald yet to get off the mark. He definitely picked up wickets, did Danny Lamb, in that game I was talking about yesterday or the day before with Adrian. The game played in 2020 at Aigburth against Lancashire. Played in that match with Jack Morley. And he scored some runs as well, I think. But in the first innings, the Derbyshire first innings, that is, Danny Lamb picked up 4 for 60. And then in the Derbyshire second innings, he picked up 3 for 12 from 5 overs and 4 balls. Here is Ollie Robinson in and bowls to Lamb, who turns that one into the leg side. And there's no run. All the time in the world for Sussex. Forecast for tomorrow, as if it's going to be relevant. There are thunderstorms around, potentially around the start of play kind of time, according to the forecast that I saw at lunchtime. Then a bit of rain in the afternoon, possibly, but it's set fair as Robinson is in and bowls. That's driven but not timed by Lamb. Around comes Seals from mid-on to a straight mid-off to do the fielding. The other games still going on. Middlesex 222 for 2 now, trailing Leicestershire by 84 at Lords. And Yorkshire have declared on 519 for 7. That's a lead of 298. And Glamorgan 4 without loss in their second innings. Lancashire putting up quite the fight against Kent. 273 for 6 following on, as Robinson is in and Lamb defends. That means that Lancashire lead by 104, which is a terrific effort by the Red Rose. We've got 2 mid-wickets, Cheteshwar Pujara and Tom Haynes. Slip and a fourth slip, first slip, fourth slip, that kind of thing. It's not quite a gully. There is a man at backward point. That's Hudson-Prentice. There's a man at mid-wicket as well, and a man down at long leg as Robinson is in, and that's left alone by Lamb to go through to the keeper. I'll do a bit of sunbathing tomorrow, get the shorts out, see what temperature they were predicting for these parts. On a bank holiday Monday, no, it's going to get up to 18 degrees. Actually, the forecast now has a bit more rain in it tomorrow from 1 o'clock onwards. But not necessarily for the entirety of the day as Robinson bowls. Not that we'll get there watching cricket necessarily. That one is defended by Lamb into the onside. And there's no run. 76 for 4 it remains. 6 more wickets for Sussex. Derbyshire still need a further 157 to make the visitors bat for a second time after they were bowled out this morning for 479. Pujara making 113 in the end. Useful contributions as well from lower down the order as Robinson is in. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by Lamb to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 76 for 4. Donald yet to get off the mark. He's only faced one delivery. Lamb has 3. 37 from Jack Carson, the night watchman. 37 from Danny Lamb. 34 from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Another dropped catch by Derbyshire. Tricky one, but Jack Morley couldn't cling on. And it's going to be Lamb who's picked up a wicket in each of his first 2 overs to begin his third over. 2 overs, 2 for 8, his figures at the moment, and he comes in to bowl to an Aaron Donald who defends that one out into the onside. A completely an Aaron Donald-like innings is required here. Although having said that, they need to score runs as well. Hard to see how they can score enough runs from here to prevent Sussex from winning this game at some point. Lamb bowls. Oh, almost plays on. No, he doesn't. That actually goes out into the onside in front of square. I thought for a moment that had bounced down into the ground towards the stumps, but inside half of the bat, certainly. Sussex players will be thinking about tea times tomorrow, back down in the south. And why wouldn't they? Next delivery, oh, again, inside edge, and it goes very much square of the wicket. Hudson-Prentice picks up. Alexander in America saying, watching the live stream, could the advertising on the pitch behind the bowler make it difficult for the batter to see the ball? Similar colour? No, I don't think so. That is completely flat, as we watch here. It's one of those clever things that looks slightly raised. I don't know how they do it. It's something to do with perspective. That ball's wide of the off stump from Danny Lamb. Taken behind the stumps by Simpson. Left alone by an Aaron Donald. 5 deliveries now, yet to get off the mark. Chance to make a hero of himself. Unlucky not to get a century up at Headingley last week. So in pretty good nick, you would have thought. And Lamb is in. Donald guides that for his first run down to third man. And Derbyshire moved to 77 for 4. They trail by 156. It does make a huge difference, doesn't it, when your 4th wicket doesn't fall until you're on 317, which was the case in the Sussex innings. Lost a wicket early, and then further wickets at 102, 176 and 317 after 141 run partnership as Lamb bowls wide of the off stump, and Lamb leaves it to go through to Simpson. End of the over. Lamb, for the first time in the second innings, bowls a wicketless over. And Derbyshire is 77 for 4, with Donald on 1, Lamb on 3, and they trail still by 156 runs. And Jaden Seals is coming back. It's probably not what an Aaron Donald wanted to see, I imagine. There we go. Seals, who's already taken 1 wicket in his first 6 overs, 1 for 19, and that spell either side of the lunch interval. Plenty of pace about him, and an Aaron Donald on 1 will be on strike. Here comes Seals then. In and bowls him straight through an Aaron Donald, middle and off stump, splayed. And Sussex, well, they're racing to a victory here. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble if they weren't before. 77 for 5. Donald bowled by Jaden Seals for 1. 5 more wickets for victory for the visitors. Dear, oh dear.
Indeed. It doesn't look good. Sorry about that. I was caught up with the Brighton game was over overdone for the extra time, but yeah, 5 down now at 77 with 156. Looks miles away, doesn't it, right now?
Yep.
And you've only got what coming in now?
Dahl,
and then you probably start the tail, isn't it? With Zach Chappell, bless him, he can hit the ball around, but he's not going to give you much longevity. So yeah, it's a real struggle now to see out the day for Derbyshire.
There was somebody in the press box this morning who suggested Derbyshire could still win, and he was most insistent. I've no idea what he was on.
Yes.
This is a proper capitulation by Derbyshire here. Mickey Arthur will not be a happy man when we speak to him at the close of play, as I expect we will now.
Yeah. We might get both coaches there to come out and have words. One joyous, one not.
Yeah, it's quite. Absolutely. 77 for 5. Poor. Very poor.
So Seals then, picking up a couple of wickets. The City end. Yeah. In comes Seals again now as Sussex smell blood and it cannons into the... Well, he's given first ball, it hits into the pad, it kept low and Seals sprints away. It's back-to-back wickets for the West Indian quick. He's got Anuj Dal, first ball. And what was a problem has become a massive problem now. 77 for 6. Jayden Seals with his 3rd wicket of the innings. And Derbyshire collapsing.
Well, they're not going to make tea, are they?
No.
They're not going to make tea. Hat-trick ball. And it'll be Zach Chappell to face it. And Anuj Dal's disappointing trot continues. He hasn't had the best of times with the bat this season, Nudge.
No.
If I look at my my extensive notebook, high score this season of 35-8, 35-10, 18-4 and 0.
Oh.
And Aaron Donald, well, everything rests on him, and I'm not sure this is his kind of thing, but I'm happy to be proved wrong.
Yes. We've got sort of from Derbyshire point of view, it's on Matt Lamb now to stay out there for a while.
Sorry, not an Aaron Donald, Matt Lamb.
Yeah.
Yes, that's who I meant.
Yeah, it's Zach Chappell coming in to face the hat-trick ball from Jayden Seals. It's not what you want. I'm sure that's not what they were thinking this morning. That was going to happen. Too quick for him, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, far too quick. Same with Donald though.
Yeah.
It just burst straight through him. Seals with his tail up, and Zach Chappell with a lot to do here. Too much to do, I fancy.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. In comes Seals then again to Zach Chappell on a hat-trick ball. It's clipped to mid-wicket. Played it late, didn't he? There, and there's no run. He's got a short mid-on and a short mid-wicket. Looks like... Oh, no, they're going to change it again.
Stick another one in there.
Yeah. So a short mid-wicket extra.
Yes, well, it's like a mid-wicket cordon out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, this is good aggressive field placings by Sussex. Exactly what you want to see when you're trying to knock out the tail. In comes Seals. Right arm over it. Sorry, nice shot from Chappell. He clips it through exactly the area where the fielders are, but he beats the fielders. There's a chase on here, but he'll get 4 runs for it. And yeah, he's a bit better than a tail ender, isn't he? To be fair.
He is. So. He is. I'm not sure. He's an 8.
No, though that's a little bit high. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he's an 8, but he is a useful lower order batsman, no question about it.
So, how many balls have we got left in this? Oh, we've got 2. Yeah. As the umpires will signal to each other, won't they, with 2 to go?
Yeah.
In comes Seals again. Field stays the same. Zach Chapel, short ball, played off the hip there to square leg as it rolls along the ground. This is a testing time for Zach Chapel, who's a tall man.
Testing time for Derbyshire supporters.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yes, indeed. The crowd has stayed healthy, though, which is good to see. I know it's a bank holiday weekend, but I won't make any plans for tomorrow, though, coming here.
I'm going to be doing some sunbathing, I think.
In comes Seals. Sees Chapel, who gets forward to that. Strong forward. Shot, that's the end of the over, and a successful one for Seals. 2 wickets in it as well to boot, which puts Sussex firmly in the box seat now. Derbyshire away, chasing 152, just to make Sussex bat again.
They're not going to bat again. I will say here and now, they're not going to bat again. The only thing that Sussex have to worry about, if indeed they are going to worry at all, is the -4 over rate.
Well, yes, that's true.
Will Simpson make a decision at some point? Lamb to Lamb, who drives into the ground and into the offside. There is no run.
I was asked whether Sussex would be a side which is looking likely for promotion. I said, well, yes, at the minute, because they've got their Pujaras, Robinsons and Seals. It just depends who they bring in later on in the year.
If and when they lose them all, or both, certainly, or 2 of them. Matt Lamb pushes this next one out into the offside.
I'm sure Paul Farbrace has got enough contacts to replace me if you want like for like.
Yes. Nathan McAndrew is definitely coming.
That's right, yeah. I read that.
The Australian. I think there's... who else did Adrian say?
Sussex supporters are probably screaming at me now, saying he's coming in.
Yeah. So. Danny Lamb bowls to Matt Lamb, who drives. Quite nice looking drive, but can't beat the man out in the covers. There is a substitute fielder. Oh, no, it isn't. I beg your pardon. It's Tom Clark. He hasn't been anywhere but the slips prior to this. He just suggests that the ball bobbled over the surface. An outrageous accusation. Danny Lamb's on his way in once more. Over the wicket, balls to Matt Lamb, who pushes this one off the back foot, out into the offside. Fielded by Ari Carveas, who is on the... I thought there was a 12th man out there. Carveas is out there at mid-off.
Cracking surname, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good.
Again, there was no run. 81 for 6. 2 balls left of this... Danny Lamb over, balls to Matt Lamb, who pushes this one up to Cheteshwar Pujara.
He said, put your teeth in, isn't it, for that one, Cheteshwar Pujara? Yeah, I always struggle with it.
It's not a natural thing for us to say, is it?
No.
Yeah, Carveas, born in Transvaal, played for Gauteng before coming to Sussex. As Danny Lamb is in, that's a thick inside edge down towards long leg. They've run one. Are they going to come back for the second? They're not.
No.
Out to Jaden Seals. And a single off the final ball of the over means that Lamb will be on strike for the start of the next Seals over. Both batters have 4, Chapel and Lamb. Derbyshire 82 for 6, trailing by 151. Still Sussex, just the 4 wickets, and we're still 55 minutes away from tea.
Yes, indeed. National League finals just kicked off. Bromley against Solihull Moors.
Interesting one, isn't it? 2 teams who've never been in the Football League. That's good to see.
Bromley even older than they've only been professional since 2017. They've took in 15,000 fans.
Really?
Bromley have, yeah. There'll be a lot of Crystal Palace fans there, I imagine. But Seals comes in to Matt Lamb, who pushes out on the offside. Wants a single, he'll get that single. Yes, he will. There's some overthrows, some buzzers, as they say. He might even get 4 from them. He's going to run out to the boundary. He's going to feel to get there. Carson, he does. He drags it back, does well. And there's going to be just the 2, is it?
think so. How can there only have been 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, just 2. Ball travelled a long way over the outfield for 2, didn't it?
It did. Considering they were sprinting for the first one.
Yeah.
84 for 6. Derbyshire in bother. Not for the first time this season. Well, they're looking like they're going to be the first loss of the campaign. Umbrella field now that they've got here at Derby. As Seals comes in, it cannons into the pad. There's a big shout. Tom Lungley says not out. The umpire. Huge shout from Seals and co.
I don't know what was wrong with that.
It's a good one, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a square leg and then a fan type field. If you're Matt Lamb, that's what you're facing right now. There's 2 on the offside, 3 on the leg side, looking around the corner, 1 slip, and then a backward point, and then an extra cover, man behind. So all attacking positions. This is sort of brilliant fielding. You see if the captain didn't know their field. Seals comes in to Lamb, who drives, and he'll get 4 runs here. It's a nice looking shot, that, down the ground. Beats the infield with Sussex on the attack. Anything that goes past the square is likely to be 4.
Cricket's a strange old game, isn't it?
It is. I love this field.
Yes.
It's great.
I'm just looking at the Lancashire scorecard because they've done really well today. They're now 7 down. 280 for 7, which means that they only lead by about 111, I think it is. Yeah, 111 against Kent. So they might struggle to get up in that one, Lancashire.
So Derbyshire haven't got a game the next round, is that what you're saying? So then
merciful release.
they're here in a couple of weeks. Is against Northampton,
Yeah,
is that right? Yeah,
that's right.
In comes Seals to Lamb from the city end. Shortish ball. Seals almost falls over then. He's going through the rhythm at the minute. Looks like a man who's just taken a couple of wickets.
He's keen, isn't he? He's keen. Sussex, I assume Sussex are at home next week. You should never assume anything, really, should you?
They missed a round last week, didn't they?
They're away again.
Yeah, they're away again.
To Sussex, they are. Sussex to Glamorgan.
All right.
And then the following week, they're at home to Yorkshire.
Comes Seals and hits the pad again. There's a big shout is given, and that one was out. Seals trapping Matt Lamb right on his crease. He's just too quick for the Derbyshire batsman. He picks up his 4th wicket and the 7th wicket to fall in Derbyshire's innings. 88 for 7. They've completely collapsed here. They were 76 for 3 at one stage. Sorry, I'll change that. They were 71 for 2. They're now 88 for 7. And this time it's Matt Lamb, the last recognised batsman to go.
It's just embarrassing, really, isn't it? I have no words as the man who covers Derbyshire. I have no words of mitigation, really. Yes, they had the worst of the conditions on day 1, but this, 88 for 7. I mean, it's pathetic, really. Sadly, they have folded like... Now, the one thing I would say, I don't know the mood in the changing room, of course, following the news that Blair Tickner told us earlier about his wife Sarah and her leukemia diagnosis will have affected the players in there, I've no doubt. He's a very popular man, even in the short time he's been here. But really...
Yeah. Is it,
Jack Morley coming in next.
He came in at 11, did he, last time?
Came in at 10.
10.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like Blair Tickner. He may not bat, who knows? That would be entirely understandable.
Yeah.
Entirely understandable. If you did miss it. Blair Tickner revealing earlier today that his wife Sarah has been diagnosed with leukemia, having been taken to hospital late last week. 9-month-old daughter with them as well, having come to the country about a month ago. Sort of puts a damper on things.
Certainly does. Absolutely.
But Sussex, well, they've got their foot to the throat at the moment.
Jaden Seals sniffing a fifer here as he comes into the left-handed Morley. Full length, boys bowled him. He's bowled him with a Yorker. Straight through Morley. It's too quick for him. I've said that on numerous occasions now. Every time he's bowling, he's too quick for the Derbyshire batsman. And Morley's the latest to go. Bowled by Seals. 5 wickets now for Jaden Seals. That adds to his 6 against Northampton he got. He got 6 against Gloucestershire. And now I can't remember how many he got in the first innings.
I will tell you. Got 2, I think.
2.
One for 54.
6 in this one. In this game. And that's the end of the over.
And it is Darren Dupavillon coming out to bat now as well, which rather suggests that Blair Tickner might not bat.
Yeah.
Entirely understandably, given the personal circumstances. Dupavillon in the first innings. I can't find him. Where is he? He didn't get many. Oh, he's not out for 5.
5. Yeah. So 71 for 2 to 88 for 8. Substantiates a collapse of highest proportions. Is James Cole's coming on for a bowl?
Just to mop up the tail. He might only have the chance to take one more wicket at 88 for 8. We will find out. Presumably the umpires and Sussex players have been informed of the situation, whether or not he is going to come out and bat, whether his head's in the right place to bat. I'm not entirely sure mine would be. Jack Timon is in the building. One of our breakfast show reporter and Summer Saturday presenter. You better carry on, because if it is the last wicket, it'll be from the Sussex point of view. Ball, I'll just put my feet up. Wallow in self-pity.
Well, James Coles comes in from the racecourse end, left on round the wicket. It's chipped, is it? Oh, just falling short of Hudson-Prentice. That was Zach Chappell who gets 4 runs there. Past Hudson-Prentice, who was at mid-on. It just fell short of him, I think.
Yes, probably.
Went straight through him, didn't it, for 4?
I think he had to go for it, didn't he, given the situation. He gets that catch and it may well be all over.
The chance he could have lost some teeth then if he'd misplaced it as well. As Coles comes in to Chappell. Plays off the back foot into the cover. There's no run. Coles in again. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Chappell. Pulls this leg side. There's a chase on here for Seals. Seals will bring the ball in just before it reaches the boundary rope. Chappell goes back for 2, and I think Chappell's intentions are clear. I think that's the only way he plays, isn't it?
Yeah.
92 for 8.
I don't see much point in hanging around, because...
Here comes Coles. Chappell drives again. It's a mistimed drive. It's behind square. He was trying to play it down the ground, so he's going to pick up 2 again if Seals missed fields, but... Chappell does pick up 2, and Derbyshire squeeze their way to 94 for 8. Seals has been the difference in this second innings. In comes Coles to Chappell, who gets forward to that. A tall man getting down. 96 for 8. In comes Coles again, left arm round the wicket, and he lofts this one high. It's over Finn Hudson-Prentice. It'll be 4 runs, 1 bounce, 4. And that's the 100 up for Derbyshire. Chappell's going his aggressive way, isn't he?
Yeah. I said earlier, when we were talking about Danny Lamb, Ollie Robinson with 18 off 9 balls. Completely different circumstances, of course. At the end of the first innings, when they were just scoring runs to add to their lead, it just makes perfect sense to me, for tailenders to do this. It's not their fault that Derbyshire are losing this game, necessarily. Dupavillon did what he could, 3 for 89, and bowled better than that. One catch dropped off his bowling. 3 for 117. Jack Morley. A few runs in the first innings as well. It's the game has been lost elsewhere.
That's right.
Horrible batting collapse.
Jack Carson comes on for a spell as he bowls to Pavilion, who gets forward to that, and there's no run.
I'm now conscious that you're going to be talking an awful lot.
Don't worry. Don't worry. In comes Carson again. Quicker ball as Pavilion gets forward, and there's no run.
The Derbyshire tweets have got more succinct by the moment.
Have they? In comes Carson to Pavilion. Who clips this just in front of Robinson, who didn't bother to dive for that. So why should he? Just for a single picked up. That gets Chappell on strike. This could be fun.
I'm not sure I'd be doing a lot of diving about at this stage.
No.
132 in arrears still, Derbyshire.
Yeah. In comes Carson to Chappell. There's no run. It's going to take something of Ian Botham proportion, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's an Ian Botham here.
Sorry, Sir Ian Botham, I should say. Or was it Lord Botham?
I think it's Lord now, isn't it?
Comes second. Chappell, who just paddles this round the corner. I think he might get 4 runs for it. No, Fielder's going to drag it in, Danny Lamb. As if he's not got enough wickets and charging around the field, what have you. 2 more to Chappell. 103 now for 8. He's on to 18. There's Carson coming in. Right arm over. Chappell, who gets forward to that. Plays in with respect. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 103 for 8. Carson just 3 off that over. Derbyshire trail by 130, if you're just tuning in.
Yes, I'd gone through some low scores. Derbyshire have got plenty of sub 100 scores against Sussex over the years, so I'm not going to bore everybody with them. There are a lot.
Would this be the lowest score this season, without memory?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I'll double check, but yeah, I'm fairly sure it will be.
In comes Coles to Pavilion. Plays him off the back foot, chops into the ground, straight back at the floppy-haired Coles. Sort of a 1990s haircut. In comes Coles again. This one played through mid-wicket by Pavilion for a single.
167 first innings against Leicestershire from memory would be the lowest. They were asked to follow on in that game and then survived thanks to the weather.
Right. In comes Coles again, left arm round the wicket to Chappell, who plays the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes. In comes Coles again, left arm round to Chappell, who pushes this neatly to Ollie Robinson, who is wide at mid-on. One more to the total. Hudson-Prentice comes in now for right-handed Pavilion, who drives down the ground, but straight to a fielder, no run. Trying to keep him on strike.
Sorry, I'm waving to colleagues now.
Coles is in, left arm round the wicket to Pavilion. Straight to extra cover, no run. Through the over quickly, and they're running around quickly because they're -4 with over 8. Sussex, I don't think the wickets matter, do they?
No, it's that over 8. Perhaps that's why we've got the 2 spinners on, of course. That would make entire sense, wouldn't it? They know they've got this game wrapped up. They can win it any time they want. And now get that over 8 down.
Well, it's 40 minutes to tea. That's Derbyshire's first target.
Not a chance.
Miles away at the minute. King Carson for his second over from the city end. Chappell whips this through mid-wicket for a single. Death by 1,000 cuts here, isn't it?
Well, it is really.
106 for 8. Here comes Carson again to Pavilion. Oh, it's chopped on then. Inside edge onto his pad, which very nearly rolled onto his stumps. It's one of those 50 over, it feels like one of those 50 over games where a side takes ages to lose.
We already know the result, don't we?
In comes Carson, cannons into the midriff of DuPavillon, but he's going to run for a single. That should be a leg by. Let's have a look, see what Tom Lungley said. Yes, signals a leg by. So 106 for 8. In comes Carson then to Chappell. Field spreads a little bit. Chappell then pushes him round the corner again, just for 1. And it's just 1 more to total. Should be 108 for 8, because there was a thing not added onto that scoreboard there. So here it is, 108 for 8. Chappell's 21 from 17, but it's DuPavillon on strike at the minute. And he comes now, pushes this down the ground for a single. Fielded by Seals. Chappell on strike now. Carson in. Right arm over to Chappell, who lofts this high. This should be game, set and match if he catches this. And it's taken. And I think it's by Haynes. Not too sure. The deep unless he turns around. But the wicket, the 9th wicket has fallen. Chappell has gone. Let's have a look.
Shaking hands.
Looks like they're shaking hands. Yeah, that's game over then. And Sussex have won by an innings and 123 runs. Derbyshire all out for, 109 for 9, but because Blair Tickner is not coming out to bat, Sussex have won the game and collect all the points available, including maximum batting and bonus points as well. A crushing blow for Derbyshire in terms of loss, but Sussex, that's another victory for them. Their 2nd of the season so far. Wrapped up, well, like you said, inside sort of 2 and a bit days, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Well, they played really well. They played really, really well in this match. Made the most of the conditions on day 1 to pretty much dismiss Derbyshire, but they had them in all sorts of trouble by the end of day 1. When, by the time the game was called, Derbyshire were 189 for 8. They managed to get up to 246 in the end. Tom Clark out early. Derbyshire had some hope. Darren DuPavillon picking up a wicket. And then it was a half-century from Haynes, a half-century from Allsop, a half-century from Coles, a century from Hudson-Prentice, and they managed to get up to 479. And basically Derbyshire have been woeful in this second innings, having been at one stage 71 for 2. They have crumbled to 109 all out. Blair Tickner not batting in the second innings, very, very understandably, given the news about his wife Sarah and her diagnosis of leukemia. DuPavillon ending up not out on 3, Chappell on 21. Quite frankly, Derbyshire was shambolic in that second innings. We'll find out what Mickey Arthur has to say fairly soon. But it's a defeat or a victory. Let's call it a victory to Sussex by an innings and 123 runs, as comprehensive as you like. Thank you to Paul Fisher alongside me. We'll see Adrian down on the south coast later in the season. I think we're down there August. Already looking forward to the trip to Hove, but we won't see Adrian tomorrow. Obviously, he had a prior engagement today, and obviously won't be coming back tomorrow because it will be fairly pointless because his side has won by an absolute distance. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks also to Marie Kelly for her efforts yesterday, to Adrian Harms, and of course, as I said, to Paul Fisher. I'm Dave Fletcher. I'll be off for next week. I can't tell you how pleased I am, as are the people who organised the driving awareness course. And I'll be back a week on Friday when Derby should take on Northamptonshire. Sussex in action at Glamorgan next Friday. Adrian will be back with you for that. Thanks for your company. We'll see you soon.